This is the June 4th, 2024 regular meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Councilmember Harmon?
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez?
Present.
Councilmember Friedman?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Jordan?
Here.
Councilmember Sneddon?
Here.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez?
Here.
And Mayor Rouse.
Here. And we have a ceremonial item to read.
Item 1, Employee Recognition Service Award Pins.
Madam Administrator.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It is my pleasure and honor to recognize a number of city employees who are celebrating service anniversaries this month. I don't believe any of them are here, but if anyone is, please let me know. But we don't think anyone is here, so I'll start with those receiving a recognition for 5 years of service. We'll start with Denny Way, who is Assistant City Attorney 5 in the City Attorney's Office. Janet Ahern, City TV Production Specialist in the City Administrator's Office. Mary Ternaskaya, Planning Technician 1 in Community Development. Eric Mendez, Marketing Coordinator for the Library Department. Vincent Savilich, Recreation Supervisor 1 in the Parks and Recreation Department. And Terry Franson, the Waterfront Maintenance Crew Leader for the Waterfront Department. We have one employee celebrating 10 years of service, Justin Van Mullum, Capital Projects Supervisor for the Parks and Recreation Department. And then we have one employee celebrating 20 years of service, which is pretty outstanding. Donald Jahadame, Mail Services Specialist with the Finance Department. And lastly, one employee celebrating 30 years of service to the City of Santa Barbara, Nick Kabuga, Street Maintenance Coordinator in Public Works. So I'd like to recognize all of those employees.
All right, thank you very much. And Madam Administrator, are there any changes to the agenda?
Not that I'm aware of, Mayor.
Okay, very good. We have some consent items to read, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and there's a few. Item 3, Loan to Housing Authority for $5 million for development of property located at 200 North Lacumber Road. Ordinance Introduction Resolution. Recommendation of the Council. A, introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only. An ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving a 30-year loan agreement with the Housing Authority of the City of Santa Barbara in the amount of $5 million for the development of real property located at 200 North Lacumber Road to be used for permanent affordable housing to be secured by a deed of trust and a 90-year affordability control covenant imposed on real property, and authorizing the Community Development Director to execute such agreements subject to approval as to form by the City Attorney as necessary, and B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution Number 23076, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2024 to approve an increase in fiscal year 2024 expenditure appropriations in the Affordable Housing Fund in the amount of $5 million funded by Affordable Housing Reserves to fund a loan agreement with the Housing Authority of the City of Santa Barbara for development of real property located at 200 North Lacumber Road. Item 4, purchase order with CIO Solutions Limited Partnership for storage area network replacement resolution. Recommendation of the Council A, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution Number 23076, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2024 to approve an increase of revenue and expenditure appropriations in fiscal year 2024 in the Police Department General Fund budget in the amount of $243,804. Item 5, extraordinary water use billing adjustment policy resolution. Recommendation the Council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting the extraordinary water use billing adjustment policy. Item 6, projects for fiscal year 2024-2025 funded by SB1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act resolution. Recommendation the Council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting projects for fiscal year 2024-2025 funded by SB1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act. Item 7, appropriation of general fund disaster reserves for emergency repairs on city streets resolution. Recommendation the Council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution Number 23076, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2024 to appropriate general fund disaster reserves for unanticipated emergency repairs on city streets. Item 8, amendment to position and salary control resolution 23081 with updates to classification and compensation for certain positions resolution. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution 23081, the position salary control resolution for fiscal year 2024 to amend the established salary for positions as listed and to establish classifications listed. Item 9, contract amendment for construction support services for the Santa Barbara Airport South Terminal Apron redevelopment project resolution agreement. Recommendation that council B adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution 23076, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2024 to reprogram funds for the South Terminal Apron redevelopment project. And last one, item 10, contracts for construction of Mission Creek at Oak Park restoration project resolution agreement. Recommendation that council C adopt a resolution of the Council of City of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 23076, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2024 to appropriate Creek's capital fund reserves for the Mission Creek restoration project at Oak Park.
Thank you. Are there any items that need to be pulled by a council member? Very good. Madam Clerk, I have requests to pull item 13. Would you read that into the record, please?
Certainly. Item 13, agreements for fiscal year 2025 with partner agencies in support of daytime navigation and workforce development center agreements.
All right, very good. And with that, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar absent item 13.
So moved.
Moved by Friedman.
I want to pull out an item. I
I'm
turned on
sorry,
my light.
what?
I turned on my light. I want to pull
Oh.
item 12.
Item 12.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you then read item 12 into the record?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item 12, amendment to professional services agreement for permit, plan check, and inspection services agreement.
All right, very good. Now, and let me redo the motion, absent item 12 and 13, Mr. Friedman.
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Harmon. May we have the vote, please?
Yes, this is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Harmon for the consent calendar accepting items 12 and 13. Please go ahead and vote.
Thank you. Passes unanimously. With that, we're going to move to general public comment. For general public comment, you have 3 minutes at the dais for anything that is within the purview of this body. And we will begin with, I'm going to really do something with this name, Robert Ferranese. I don't know. Did I get close? Sorry.
Very close, Mr. Mayor. Robert Forzonde.
3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Good afternoon. My name is Robert Forzonde. I come before you today to talk about the city's just cause eviction ordinance, which was amended and implemented earlier this year, and which has recently come under public outcry due to the city's decision to criminally prosecute a landlord for issuing an eviction notice. I come before you based on my family background of being the son of immigrant mom and pop landlords in this city for the last 50 years, and an attorney who has spent 2 decades representing landlords in this community, including nonprofit landlords like People's Self-Help Housing Corporation. I implore you to modify this ordinance. This ordinance is hopelessly vague. First, the requirement that a permit be attached to an eviction notice, there's no explanation of what that is. Any reasonable person would infer that a permit card, the document that you have to have on site at the job site, would be sufficient to give. In our case, the city attorney deemed that it wasn't and criminally prosecuted someone for attaching a permit card to the notice. That's deplorable. Second, the determination of whether a renovation would take more or less than 30 days to complete, who's to say that? How do we calculate that? There's no explanation. Our client relied upon a licensed general contractor who was doing work on site for that amount of time and more, and yet the city attorney, who is not a licensed contractor, none of their investigators are licensed contractors, made the determination unilaterally that it would take less time. So there needs to be further explanation of that. When you go back to revisit this ordinance, I would ask that you look at the intent behind some of these laws that the city has been passing. We all agree there is an affordability crisis here and throughout the state of California. But doing things like banning short-term rentals or banning rent evictions or whatever you want to call them is not going to solve the problem. Those will not bring any additional inventory into the city's database. there will be no further units. So the rents will stay as high as they are now, and they'll continue to creep up. The only way to solve this problem is to address it via development. Eliminate the draconian development policies that have been in this city for far too long. It shouldn't take 5 years to plan and build projects. Fix the zoning, fix the red tape at 630 Garden Street. Make it so that developers can build and build on a massive scale. People will say, well, hey, we've had the AUD program for the last 10 years and we've brought 300 units online. Nothing has changed because the problem is 10 times worse than that. Every economist says we need 2,200 units just to get caught up. Find a way to think outside the box and make it work, and stop wasting time stopping people from renting their houses on VRBO and renovating their properties to fix their maintenance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Gene Durin. I don't see him. Chris Parker.
So I'm one of the property owners at 215 Bass Street, and my whole life I've known a good landlord to be a landlord who takes care of his property, and a bad landlord to be a guy who's a slumlord. We all know what the term is. And here we are, we're trying to fix up a property, and we're getting treated like we're the worst people on this planet. And I'm really struggling with this with myself personally. We need a path forward, and tenants have a path. They understand what their rights are. Well, we need to clearly understand what our rights are too to fix our properties. We've got an old housing stock in this town. We all know that. Santa Barbara's been a place that hasn't been friendly to developers for a long time, and there's something special about that. I'm local. I get that we don't want to be LA, but now we've got an issue where we've got an old housing stock, and we don't have enough housing in our town. And so we need to give landlords a path to be able to continue to fix up their properties and maintain them. And if we don't, we're going to have serious issues down the road. I'm happy to sit and meet with you guys individually and figure out a clear path. So I'm not saying that we don't have a problem with housing. We clearly do. But you can't just look at one side of the coin. We can't just look at tenants. We also need to talk to landlords and figure out a clear path forward so we also can maintain our properties and do our job to be good landlords. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Steve Brown.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Steve Brown. I've been in the real estate business now for over 50 years as a broker and real estate investor. And I think I've sent you plenty of emails over the years describing some of my viewpoints in some of the real estate happenings in town here. So I'll skip that chapter. The other day I was driving in the car and I heard something on the radio that was disturbing, because I think at the end of the day, we're all trying to resolve tenant issues and housing issues and all the things that Mr. Parker was just talking about here. And what I heard on the radio, and I have a little spare time on my hands, I retired, so I actually looked it up online. And the Santa Barbara Tenants Union in particular is a member of something called the Autonomous Tenants Union Network. And I'm just going to read to you from their website, because this is what I heard over the radio and I had to verify it for myself. The Autonomous Tenant Union Network, one of their premises is tenant unions who seek to join this group must agree with our Points of Unity document. And the Points of Unity document, I'm just going to quote you a couple of paragraphs here, which really seems to be their manifesto as to how to deal with landlords, more than the housing issue, but with landlords. So one paragraph that stood out to me in particular was, we believe in the right to housing, the right to the city, and the right to stay put. We fight for a world without landlords and without rent. We fight to build tenant power in order to end the immiseration of the poor and working class that housing represents under capitalism, and to contribute to the struggle to end capitalism itself. Now, this is part of their manifesto. I'm not making this up. And I think you all know here that capitalism contributes to the housing stock that we do have. They go on to say, we are not a service organization, we are a movement organization. We assert that the interests of landlords and tenants are fundamentally irreconcilable. Now, that's something that I don't think we want to accept if we're trying to solve a housing problem in this town, but this is part of their manifesto. And that it goes on to say, and we reject any policy that attempts to paper over this conflict. While we do not rule out on principle the possibility of temporary truces and agreements between landlord and tenant, we advocate for a strategy of class struggle. Our overall political orientation consists of opposing strategies that encourage collaboration between class enemies. I don't think that's a good starting point. And again, I'm not going to belabor it. I think it's self-evident what this is, but when we're dealing with some of these organizations and trying to solve problems, this goes into effect. Thank you.
Thank you. John Norris.
Hi, my name's John Norris, and I'm a longtime on and off Santa Barbara resident. I'd just like to gently suggest that the city take more of a approach of physical responsibility in considering construction projects rather than going the deluxe route. Currently, you're facing about an $8 million budget shortfall and spending about $7 million on redoing the underpass at State Street, which is, in my experience, one of the most beautiful underpasses in the United States of America. Now, I understand that this project went through a long development process with input from the community, and that pedestrian and bicycle safety is a big part of the goal of this project. As it relates to the underpass itself, the pedestrian area is raised off the roadway, so I'm not sure how they were ever at risk with the current setup. And with the reduction of lane of traffic in each direction, it seems like it would be easy to accommodate bicyclists by restriping that area and putting in pylons, something like you've got on the Mitchell-Torrena overpass. And I also don't know how you're ever going to get to zero fatalities, particularly as it pertains to bicyclists, when many bicyclists aren't particularly responsible. On my way down here, I witnessed a bicyclist run 2 stop signs and a red light in a 10-minute drive, and you could spend $50 million and not fix that problem. Increasing sales taxes is a regressive solution rather than a progressive solution. It's not going to be something that's useful and helpful to revitalizing State Street. The project itself is going to limit access to State
The
Street.
speaker is speaking on an agenda item.
Oh, thank you.
I do believe.
Yeah, we have to stay off the agenda items. All these, whatever you speak on today in public comment has got to be not on the upcoming agenda. And we do have the sales tax item on the agenda. Thanks for reminding me.
Can I proceed with the rest of my time without talking about the sales tax?
You may.
Okay, you've got a project that's been approved to rebuild the police station. That's going to also be expensive and probably run over budget because post-pandemic, as we all know, construction materials and labor costs have risen. So I just really want to stress that rather than go for the most beautiful, most deluxe route on construction projects, perhaps building in some headroom would be a good idea. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Nick Gonzalez.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, I'm here today to speak on behalf of the ordinance that was passed in January regarding the just cause evictions and renovations. During those initial meetings, you had stated many things. A group of us, landlords, and a lot of Latino landlords got together to try to go to the website and figure out exactly what was finally passed and where to find the final ordinance. We had difficulty finding it. We were able to speak to a couple of you, and you've said you would look into it, but I'm here because I think it's a real pressing issue. The previous speaker spoke of the criminal prosecutions, and that what prompts me to be here today. I don't want to be labeled a criminal. I don't want to have that ever on my record for simply trying to provide housing to my neighbor. I think it's incumbent upon all of you to make certain that before you start down the road of that type of action, that you have everything clearly spelled out on a website, in a procedure, so that the common layman can see it and understand it. I know most of your ordinances are not in Spanish, but in this case, if you're going to be criminally prosecuting. It would also be good to have that in Spanish, since there are many Spanish-speaking only housing providers and landlords within this community. I think you guys need to take a step back, make certain that staff gets everything where it needs to be in a clear path, hyperlinks, forms, examples, whatever it is that it's needed, so that just an everyday person can walk into, whether it's City Hall, the building, wherever it is that we need to go, pick up a form or go on the website and follow step by step and be able to complete this without not being able to comply with the law. It shouldn't be that complex. I heard the response on the television of what the city attorney had stated, and I was even more taken back afterwards, because he made it very clear that everything is everywhere. So and he said it couldn't be done, and I would beg to disagree, that I think that it can be done. I think in today's technological age, you can get together each law, each ordinance, bring it into one location, and have a very specific path to compliance. And until you have that, you shouldn't dare be prosecuting anybody. I don't care if they're a big corporate entity or they're a small mom and pop. What you've done is just put a significant chill on everybody, and you've made everybody go into a panic. So please take that into consideration, and please promptly make those corrections before you proceed with similar action. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll make the announcement now at 2:25. We will cut off submissions for new speaker slips and for hands online, please. We're going to run up against our time limit. Lloyd Beardsmore is the next speaker.
Mayor Rouse and council members, I'm of the mindset that if you need answers to any questions, go to the source. Over a year ago, we emailed Santa Barbara City Attorney Denny Way with language clarification questions regarding the Just Cause ordinance. His end response was, because I'm responsible for prosecuting violations of the city's Just Cause ordinance, I'm unable to provide you with legal advice, including advice regarding a specific property. We responded with we were only asking for language clarification, and unfortunately, at this point, it was a hypothetical question. But that being said, we would be at the mercy of our attorney's interpretation of the ordinance versus his, and it would be up to the court to decide. This past January, I also reached out to Dan Henschke in a phone call with concerns with ordinance language. I was concerned with the very clauses in which the Bath Street owner-manager is now being criminally charged with violating. Mr. Henschke said, "Don't worry." My concerns were that this amended ordinance was vague and not being done so, and was being done so in a way to entrap property owners, and now where we are today. Last Friday, I did an extensive search looking for the ordinance that would outline these steps needed to comply, and while the basics were there, it was incomplete. I called community development. I was referred to planning. They gave me Andrea Bufano's number. I went back to the city attorney's office. They gave me the same runaround, that they couldn't give me legal advice when I said I just wanted to know where the ordinance is codified so I could read the complete ordinance. Where can a property owner find this ordinance? Yesterday, Denny Way was interviewed by KSBY, and he was asked where the ordinance could be found. His reply was, there is really no place to find that information, so it depends on what the substantial remodel is. That will affect what they need to do, so there couldn't be a place where everything is explained for every scenario and every situation, because it's different for different types of properties. Really? That interview demonstrates how this ordinance needs revisions and clarifications. How is anyone supposed to get clarity when the city attorneys can't outline the ordinance in a clear and concise manner, saying there are too many scenarios, and refuses to answer a property owner looking for clarifications? I'll gladly testify for the Bath Street property owner manager, reiterating concerns with the lack of the ordinance clarity, how reaching out to two city attorneys to be proactive, and then the attorneys not being able, unconcerned, or unwilling to clarify the language. Whether this is by design or intent, it is a poor reflection on the city's legal representatives. If testifying for the defense or demanding clarity of ordinance language, as well as being able to find it anywhere, results in no other property owner being targeted, I wholeheartedly step forward. And again, this is not in Spanish.
Thank you. Frederick Lang.
Good afternoon. I brought you this handout to support what I'm going to be saying. There's a lot of emotion around housing, but there are some realities that I thought I would bring to you so you see what I'm talking about. What I did is I've been an apartment building appraiser for almost 40 years in Santa Barbara, and I took this 38 sales of apartment buildings in this town where all of the units had the same floor plan. And if you look on the second page, I laid them all out so you can see the range of them and what I figured was about the average cost per unit for each floor plan. And then I took those and I laid them all out and I applied typical expenses to them, like mortgages and property taxes, insurances, operating expenses, and even some reserves. And you'll see that at the bottom line, what I came up with on these things was to cover costs for a studio unit, you're going to need to make about $2,000 a month. To cover costs on a one-bedroom unit, you need to make about $3,000 a month. And to cover expenses on a two-bedroom unit, $4,000 and change, and for a three-bedroom unit, it's $5,500. So you've got my math. You can check it out, so you can see whether you think it's reasonable or not. And then I took 5 apartment buildings that I'm familiar with, so I know the floor plans and I know the square footage of the units and the condition, and I ran out the expenses on those so that you could have an idea of where the rent money goes. And so what I calculated is about 65 to 70% of the money that comes into the landlord goes to the mortgage company. And then property taxes is somewhere between 15 and 17%. Operating expenses are the same ratio, 15 to 70%, and reserves are 5 to 7%. The point I want to make is to let you know that, people who invest in residential income properties, tend to be more fiscally conservative than people who invest in the stock market. Residential investors tend to accept lower rates of return in exchange for the security of having a physical, tangible asset rather than an intangible stock certificate. Most people who buy residential income properties don't do it for the rental income. They buy it for the investment in the value of the building. So really, even though the rents are high, they're just, in my opinion, they're pretty much just covering expenses. And like a condominium, most occupants only pay for their pro-rata share of the cost of operating the property that they live in. High rents are not a reflection of the greed of landlords, rather they're an indication of the high cost of living in Santa Barbara. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll go to the online speakers. First online speaker, please, Madam Clerk.
Very good. We have 3 hands raised, and that's Natalia Gavoni, Mary Ellen Brooks, and Aaron Ashland. Natalia Gavoni, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. I wanted to express my utter disappointment in the lack of outreach regarding the car show that was held in the East Side District over the Memorial Weekend. Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez, this is your district, and you should be absolutely ashamed of yourself for representing it. You continue to be MIA, and this is yet another example of your unresponsiveness, lack of attention, and outreach to both the business community as well as the residential community. Participants of this car show blocked various driveways and trespassed on various properties to smoke, drink, and urinate. Furthermore, they parked their cars on Milpa Street, revving their engines for long periods of time as fumes seeped into businesses, forcing those owners to close their doors. Milpa Street is not a viable option for a car show, nor should it be. I would urge you to consider the parking lots at Ledbetter Beach, as car shows have exhibited there in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our final public speaker is Aaron Ashland. Aaron Ashland, please go ahead.
Dear Mr. Mayor and City Council, thank you for your time. I attended a meeting with downtown business owners recently, and it was disheartening to hear how challenging it has become to run a business on State Street. It feels like the mayor has been deliberately undermining the viability of many patios, except for those he might have a stake in. First, I want to thank Sarah Clark for asking what would help. This felt like the first time someone from the city has reached out since the promenade began. With that said, you already have all the information needed to make informed decisions. We paid nearly $1 million for consultants who conducted a thorough survey of our residents. Their efforts were widely praised for reaching a broad audience. So what did we learn about what people want for the promenade? One, safety. Safety was a top concern. It has been compromised by making the promenade bicycle-centric rather than pedestrian-centric. We have fewer officers and fewer laws to support a safe downtown, exacerbating safety concerns. Two, social interaction. People want to be around others. By prioritizing bicycles, you disrupted the social interactions that flourished when people could walk freely in the middle of the street. It was a unique, almost magical experience for people to recognize friends and socialize in the middle of State Street. This vibrance has been lost, and now families avoid the center of the street for fear of bikes. Three, outdoor dining. Residents want to eat and drink outside, enjoying our wonderful weather, except for the last 2 years. I've advocated for preserving patios and parklets, but instead we have fewer reasons for people to visit and spend money downtown. Your decisions have significantly worsened the three most important aspects to our residents. It's no surprise that businesses like Clay Holdren's, which has been around for 21 years and has 2 patios, was still down 28% in April. These elements, safety, social interaction, and outdoor dining, were the reasons people flocked downtown, creating the vibrancy we saw in the first year of the promenade. Your actions have diminished this vibrance. We paid experts to guide us before COVID, and we were forced into trying their ideas, and they worked until Mayor Rouse took office. Mayor Rouse's fighting to kill the promenade behind the scenes has really taken its toll on downtown. I have my fingers crossed that Ms. McAdoo will be the voice of reason. Please reconsider your actions, invite businesses to restore their patios, and restrict bikes from dominating the space, allowing downtown visitors to feel safe and welcomed again. The last thing I wanted to talk about is vacancy tax. I know that it's kind of a scary idea, but if you think about each block as participating in the vibrance of that block, if you have 30% of a block empty, they are basically not contributing to that. And the landlords, whoever they may be, are also not contributing because they don't have businesses that could be marketing and enriching that pad or that block. So if you think about it, if they had to pay into a fund that was able to market or add events or do programming on that block, it might actually help the other businesses on that block because they would then be doing their part like they would be if they had a tenant. So please consider that. I think it's something that would be really beneficial to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. One moment. Mary Ellen Brooks, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Mary Ellen Brooks. I'm speaking today as President of Citizens Planning Association. And today I'm here to talk about city trees. CPA has been part of Santa Barbara's planning processes since 1960. We are often asked, well, what is good planning? And we answer, it's forethought that takes into consideration our city's history and the hope for sustainable future, especially considering our changing climate, where trees play an important mitigating role. The bottom line of good planning is the general and specific plans developed with and in agreement with the community. An example is the City of Santa Barbara Urban Forest Management Plan, adopted by the City Council April 8, 2014. It starts off saying the urban forest touches the lives of Santa Barbara residents and visitors every day and profoundly influences the city's urban landscape. The plan seems a bit top-heavy because it starts with city staff, followed by technical advisory committee members, community development, public works, fire department, city administration, and last on the list, the city boards and commission, and only then the members of the public. We feel that this hierarchy should be reversed. In '97, the stone pines of 800 block of Anapamu were designated historic trees and landmarked by the City Council. They have been under the charter purview of the Historic Landmark Commission. At their most recent meeting on May 22nd, Chair Gumbine requested staff to place an item on the next Historic Landmark Commission agenda regarding the stone pines. This was not done. The meeting is tomorrow. It is not on the agenda. and Parks intends to start cutting the X-marked trees this week, with apparently heavy canopy pruning to the many of the sibling remainders to follow. One word we haven't seen in the 68-page management plan is care. It's too late for these trees, but in the future, we would like to suggest that a work-study group under a Historic Landmark Commission composed of individuals with a knowing care and background in the needs of urban trees be created. There is no commission or committee designated for the urban forest. We would recommend that a work-study group based on the need to have Santa Barbarans be involved in all phases of our urban forest, and especially care. Our beloved urban trees are adjuncts to parks and recreation, and they need their own respected work-study group. In conclusion, if anything can come out of the tragedy of the pines, it would have to be dedicated people paying attention and being heard about the remaining pines, as well as the needs of the other trees in our city forest. Our suggestion for a committee work study is a step in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes general public comment. With that, we'll move to the poll consent items. We'll start out with item 12. Ms. Gutierrez, you wanted to pull that?
Yeah, I would just want to have staff explain to the public just more information about this item.
Hi, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez. My name is Raven Rutledge. I am newly appointed business analyst with Building and Safety. So this was put together because we use our Interwest Plan Review Service contract services. We route to them for our plan review services. So each year we're trying to anticipate how much money we're going to be sending, and we have run out of that money, so we're needing to expand that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for him? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And then the next item was item 13, and I have a couple of public speakers requesting to speak on that. One is Elizabeth Adams. And once again, 3 minutes on the specific item.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Elizabeth Adams. I'm the Regional Director at PATH Santa Barbara. First, I want to just thank you all for your incredible support of our programs and operations, especially Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez, our own council member. Thank you for joining us at our Toast to Home fundraiser last week. And, you know, we're proud to have been part of Santa Barbara's entire continuum of services for our community members who are experiencing homelessness, and you guys have been, you know, really integral in your support of us. So I wanted to just start by saying thank you for helping us annually help more than 500 people come inside and access food and housing instead of being on our streets and sidewalks. But why I'm here today is to really say how excited we are about the new Faro Navigation Center, and really that this is such an integral component and really critical piece of that continuum for services for helping Santa Barbara's community members who are experiencing homelessness, and having this one-stop shop for people to be able to go and access services and supports and get connected to the resources they need will really help countless of our community members, of our neighbors, of our residents who are experiencing homelessness, like really get their lives back on track and take the steps that they need to take to heal and to eventually connect to the employment and housing that they're looking for. So I wanted to first thank you and then let you know just how excited we are about this project, and then also just again thank the city employees, Liz Stotts and Barbara Anderson, for all of the incredible hard work that's gone into this. We so appreciate that. For SB Act as well. It's just such an incredible project, and we can't say enough about how excited we are. So thank you, and yay for this project.
Excuse me, next speaker is Rich Sander.
Hello. Hi, Mayor Rouse and esteemed council members. Thank you so much. I'm here today, hopefully just sharing some really good news. So, the center has been coming together, and it has been with your help and continued support of not only the neighborhood navigation centers that, as you know, in the past year, we were able to see 65 street exits, which is really exciting, and we're only hoping that that number is going to continue in this next year with the center opening. As was shared, if you heard last week, we've named the center the Faro Center, F-A-R-O. Faro means lighthouse in Spanish, and so there's a nod to that this is a place that you can go and find guidance, but it's also an acronym meaning fostering access, resilience, and opportunity. We're very excited. So far, we have hired about 15 ambassadors, people with lived experience that will be at the center helping people. We've been in trainings with them, and it's just been a very exciting time, so thank you for all of your support. I encourage you to come down and see it. We wanted to give you a couple dates. On June 24th, we'll have the ribbon cutting, and I believe city staff has already cleared schedules with you all, so we're excited to have you there for that. And June 25th will be the opening day for it, pending your approval here today. So thank you. Lastly, I also wanted to share, and something that we want to continue to talk about with you guys, is that one of the things that we value with SB Act is whenever we find public dollars like this and you continue to support us, we reach out when we match that with private dollars. So we've calculated that over the 3 years of investment that the city will be making into this project, between rental income from subleasing and everything, it is about $1 million. So that's huge, and we want to say thank you for that. Since your approval, we have received a $300K grant from the Santa Barbara County Continuum of Care to match this work, and an additional $200K from the Women's Fund over a 2-year period. This Women's Fund grant of $200K is the largest grant that the Women's Fund has ever given in their 20 years of existence, and we can't thank you enough for making that happen in terms of giving us something to go out there and get other partners with. So thank you for all of that. We're looking forward to seeing you on the opening day, and we ask for your continued support. Sorry? Are we okay? That was, hello?
Are you possessed? 1 minute, please.
No worries. Thank you. And I just wanted to say that overall, we will, part of our lease agreement will be that we can come to you and continue to make reports of these partner agencies and what they'll be doing, just hearing what this investment has done. So thank you. This isn't a silver bullet, but this is truly a big step in the right direction. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion on both items 12 and 13, please. So moved by Friedman.
Second.
Second by Jordan.
And Mr. Mayor, just confirming for the record that there were no hands raised for items 12 or 13
Right.
only. And I'm sorry, who is the motion? Motion by?
I'm sorry?
Motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Jordan for items 12 and 13. Please go ahead and vote.
Thank you. Passed unanimously. And with that, we'll go to council member committee assignment reports. Anyone? Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was able to travel to Peru with our sister cities, and the mayor came with me as well. We were there for 10 days and met with several mayors from the city of Miraflores, Lima, and Cusco. And it was just a really good experience to be able to share and exchange the way we do things here with with several other cities, and how they dealt with the pandemic and dealing with tourism and housing and homelessness. It was very educational, and yeah, we all had a pretty good time. There's about 48 of us that went from Santa Barbara to on this journey. And I encourage everyone to join the Sister Cities board because it's a great experience. Honestly, it really is. So I can't speak highly enough about it.
Further committee assignment reports. I will say they treat their mayors with a lot of respect and deference down there. I'd like to see us up our game here. I think that'd be great. City Council administrative and attorney reports. Anything from administrator or the attorney? With that, we will move to item 16. Mr. DiMartini.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, members of the City Council. My name is Keith DiMartini. I'm the city's finance director. I'm here with Ms. Natalia Glusik, the city's budget manager, and it is our pleasure to present an overview of the city administrator's recommended budget for fiscal year 2025. And the purpose of this meeting today is to obtain City Council's final direction and recommendations and adjustments so that we can include those in the budget that will come before you next Tuesday on June 11th for requesting for your adoption. So the request today again is to approve certain adjustments to the fiscal year 2025 recommended budget identified by staff as detailed in this schedule of recommended adjustments in the staff report, and then provide final direction to staff based on the council's review of the fiscal year 2025 recommended budget over the last several weeks. The agenda for today's presentation is to go over the budget process, where we've been and where we are still going. We'll provide an overview of staff's recommended adjustments to the budget. We'll talk about the items that were discussed during the council public hearings on the budget, and then we'll provide a brief overview of what the adjusted general fund projected budget will look like if all of those recommendations were to be approved by the City Council. Take your recommendations, and we'll plan to do like we've done in prior years. We'll kind of go one by one on the recommendations that we have received over the past couple of weeks, and then take question, public comment, and discussion. This is the budget hearing schedule. This has been—
Mr. DiMartini, let me interrupt you 1 minute. I failed to have the clerk read the title into the record, please, for item 16.
1 second. Item 16, fiscal year 2025 operating and capital budget deliberations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this slide here shows the complete budget hearing schedule for the fiscal year 2025 budget. Again, highlighted in yellow is where we are today. We're reaching conclusion of this process, where we will have the deliberation, again, scheduled to come next Tuesday at the regular City Council meeting, requesting that the City Council adopt the budget for fiscal year 2025. And then there are a couple remaining items related to the utility rates for water, wastewater, and solid waste that will conclude by July 2nd. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Glusik, who will walk us through the adjustments and the recommended changes.
Thank you, Mr. DiMartini, Honorable Mayor, council members, and members of the public. My name is Natalia Glusik. I am the budget manager for the City of Santa Barbara. And on this slide, you can see a listing of our, sorry, I'm on the wrong slide. A synopsis of our staff recommended changes. These are either technical changes to the budget, so somewhere where we found a transposition of numbers, et cetera, changes in assumptions, so that would change our calculation a little bit, or we got some new information between the time that the budget was filed in April and updated it for that new information. We also have some approved adjustments that will be reflected in the adopted budget. You will see the general fund effect in a small increase in revenue and an increase in expenditure. This slide shows you the detail of that increase in expenditure and increase in revenue, and details are in the council agenda report, or we are happy to answer any questions on those. For the general fund, there were 2 council requests. One was that community development look into possibly increasing their in lieu fees. They also asked that fire consider restoring a warehouse specialist or some other appropriate position for support. In other funds, council asked that we continue to refine our reporting of and presentation of reserves, and we appreciate your feedback and do take that on board and are constantly trying to improve that communication. There were several suggestions for the downtown parking fund, which I will go into in more detail in just a moment. And in Measure C, there was a request to provide a schedule of Measure C programs currently programmed and an impact of the downtown parking capital. There is a listing of the Measure C programs in the online budget book. That one currently does not include the downtown parking projects that were requested to be considered for Measure C funding. They only consider the projects that were in the recommended budget, but that will be updated if appropriate with the adopted budget. So we've seen this graph several times now. This is slightly updated with the reserve balances going forward a few years. You will see that in 2023, there was a small reserve in downtown parking. In 2024, there was expected to be a small reserve balance. And then we see if business as usual goes that we just keep depleting into negative on that fund, which would have to be made up for by general fund dollars. This is an overview. There's been a lot of movement around the downtown parking question, so I kind of wanted to give a chance for a reset so we know what our starting point is. So in that first column there, the FY24 projection is about the same. You'll see the reserves balance is just under $2 million is where we plan to end the current fiscal year. That second column is the adjusted base budget. And what that is if we have business as usual with no changes to the revenue structure or other kinds of revenues coming in. So we would expect if we just did business as usual in 2025 to end up with a $1.9 million deficit in the fund. The third column over shows the updated recommendation for adoption, which includes just under $1 million of transferred in as revenue from the general fund, which is why you see a slight increase to the revenue number, and moving several capital projects to Measure C, which results in that $2.3 million reduction to expenditures that you see in that column. The result would be a slightly positive fund balance at the end of FY25, but as you've seen on the prior slide, it's not going to be a sustainable solution as the transfers in question are one-time funding and not an ongoing funding solution. So staff does recommend waiting on other council recommendations, but the last column there does include all council recommendations being adopted. This would require approximately $2.1 million from the general fund to balance to zero and impose lasting reductions to revenue that as of yet have no offsetting expenditure reduction or revenue source. And you will see a net reduction to revenue despite the larger general fund transfer in of $2.3 million total. And the reason for that is the revenue reduction. And you will see exactly the same reduction to expenses as those projects move to Measure C to be funded. Here we see each of the council requests. I went the wrong way here. Excuse me for a moment. Need to catch up on my notes. Here we see each of the council requests outlined and the effect on the reserve. It should not say change in revenue. It should say effect on reserve on that second column. Apologies for the error. I want to call attention to the first three items. Those are included in the staff recommendation, and those would be to have funding from Clean Communities to help with the cleaning downtown and other kinds of maintenance in the downtown corridor. Alternative for sourcing from Measure C, which would move those projects off into the Measure C fund and would reduce the expenditure by that $2.3 million. And this would also include a $979,000 transfer from the general fund. That fourth item is the additional general fund dollars that would be needed should the three other proposals be accepted. So if any of those next three numbers do not get adopted, that additional general fund subsidy will decrease accordingly. The three suggestions that were from council that would cause an ongoing revenue loss are to propose some low-cost local permits, low-cost employee permits, and raise the subsidized parking complimentary period in the lots and garages an additional 15 minutes to 90 minutes. Staff has begun researching and converting the downtown parking fund into general fund. This is a long process, and we are still gathering information, and we will bring updates as we have more complete information for you to consider. Here we have the general fund overview as it stood at the time of the city administrator's submission back in April. Again, this is a starting point. This includes none of the recommendations that you will be voting on today, so this is what you will be layering onto. So for your deliberation options, council may vote to direct staff to utilize reserves in lieu of reductions. It may direct staff to approve requests and adjustments or consider additional changes or reductions, and council may also provide additional direction to staff in preparing for budget adoption. Today, we request that council approve certain adjustments to the fiscal year 2025 recommended budget identified by staff and is as detailed in the schedule of recommended adjustments, and also provide final direction to staff based on council's review of the fiscal year 2025 recommended budget over the last several weeks. And with that, we open to questions and public comment.
All right, very good. Questions from council? Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. I just have two small questions. So on slide 10, just some clarification on why the expenses would change from year to year depending on, I thought mainly what we were looking at were revenue changes. So what are the changes in those expenses?
Honorable Mayor Rouse, thank you, Councilmember Snedden, for that question. The change in the expenses is the $2.3 million of projects, capital projects that would be moved to Measure C. So instead of being expended out of the downtown parking fund, they would be spent out of Measure C, and that's why you see a reduction of expenses here, because we moved it to the other fund.
Thank you. Maybe I don't understand that. So the first column is current, and then I'm seeing the expenses go up with...
So the first column is this current fiscal year that we're about to complete in a month. So that's what is projected to be spent at that point. That being said, there are projects, there's about 1.7 million of projects that has been rolled over from the prior year. So there's some that's missing that keeps getting rolled over from prior years. So that's that carryover phenomenon that we need to kind of figure out how to better present. The other part is that there were some projects, I believe, that were being delayed that they are wanting to do in the next year. And I think if somebody from downtown parking can come up and give you some more color on that.
Thank you.
Clark.
Excuse me. Yes, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Snedden. So Ms. Glusak is correct. The change that you see from the FY24 to FY25 in expenditures is due to a change in our capital expenditures. So as she noted, we had previously deferred projects in order to try to minimize impacts to our budget and minimize our deficit. If we move those projects over to FY25, then you see a large increase in expenditures. And some of those projects, such as the replacement of our parking access and revenue control system, really cannot be deferred anymore at this point. So that's why there's that fluctuation.
Thank you. And then I think one of the questions during the budget time was exactly that. If we went to a different system or not updating this one and keep investing in this one, but a different one, and I guess has that question been answered? I think Mayor Rouse had the question of looking at other systems or options. So does this assume using the current system?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Snedden, so the budget proposals before you today for FY25 do assume that we would pursue replacement of our parking access and revenue control system. So previously we had discussed whether there might be opportunities to do some sort of financing or loan agreements with those companies in order to reduce the outright expenditure. Right now we have it budgeted for $1.5 million. If we were to purchase, that would not be nearly enough. So we'll be looking at different opportunities and sort of seeing what the best route is for the city.
Thank you. And that clarifies that. So you need more time for that, and this is assuming. And then I have probably, Ms. Clark, the next one's for you too, question. Sorry. Yes. And this is just a follow-up too. So this is on slide 11. And really, first, thank you for looking at all these different ideas that we put out. I wanted clarification on the balance of the three, and I was thinking like either a low-cost pass with locals and a low-cost employee pass, or limiting or expanding the free parking time. And this has it all in together. And I was just wondering if you had sort of not a recommendation so much, but just perspective on the impact of doing all three of those, or if two of those or one of those, just through your deep dive and looking into all of these, if you have some perspective to share on recommendation.
Sure, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Snen, that's a good question. So the three items that you see laid out here, the low-cost locals permits, the low-cost employee permits, and the change to 90 minutes of subsidized parking, those numbers that you see in red over there were calculated independently of one another. Okay. So that assumes, in theory, you could choose to do one and not pursue any of the rest of them. Our recommendation is that would be that you not pursue any of those options at this time. Those are, as it notes on the slide, those are ongoing revenue loss numbers. This is not something where we would expect to make this change and lose revenue for a year, but then recover that. We would expect this to be an ongoing, durable loss of revenue. And so, we really like the idea of doing low-cost permits, the idea of lowering the cost of employee permits. The original proposal that we brought you was geared to allow us to do those things. And that's something that we're committed to pursuing, but we want more time to analyze it, to experiment, and to find ways to do it that isn't going to result in an increase to this ongoing deficit that we're facing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And then just one more question. For the low-cost locals permits, what were the assumptions that what would be the costs and for what duration of time?
Sure. So the assumption here was that we would offer sort of a quote-unquote heart of the city pass, which would be for City Lot 2. So that's right sort of in the center of State Street. It's also the parking lot where right now we've got the largest capacity to add additional parkers. We had calculated this based on $300 a year. For, again, people who are city residents to purchase that permit and then park in that parking lot.
Thank you so much.
Mayor Rouse, if I just might jump
Madam
in.
Administrator.
And Councilmember Seddon. One of the things, I think the big question that staff really needs a response from council today on is whether or not there's a direction to move the parking fund from an enterprise fund to the general fund. I think some of these, we obviously, as Ms. Clark had mentioned, there's some other ideas and suggestions that staff may have to reduce the cost impacts to the general fund. And I would recommend we not kind of get into a debate on all of that today, and let us come back in a month or two with kind of a more robust discussion, because there are also a lot of implications of moving parking to the general fund. And so we've got some additional homework on the staff side to do. So I think the key question we need from direction is whether you would like us to move it to the general fund from the enterprise fund.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Mr. DiMartini, just to be clear, the Measure C transfers are about capital, not operations. Is that correct?
Mayor Rouse, that is correct. It would be about their capital projects only.
All right. Thank you. Very good. Well, I don't think we're actually going to fix the entire parking system today, but we have some interim moves here. Anyone else from council have a question on this item? Ms. Gutierrez.
This question is for the city administrator. Just for clarification, on the last, you mentioned that we were going to leave the situation with the downtown parking as status quo.
So I think that would be our recommendation at this point, with the direction that we come back, and we could have additional modifications to the budget. So we'd basically, another couple months is not going to, completely destroy the general fund budget, and give staff a little more time to figure out if there's some other options or ideas, and to have a much more robust conversation with the council about that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think clearly we pushed back on the initial proposal, but one of the highlights was that staff had some creative things during the film festival which seemed to work, which inspired the idea of doing maybe some kind of a pass system. So, but once again, all that can kind of remain in suspension as we move forward. And I also want to say, just in general, that we're kind of a nadir right now in terms of activity. We're nothing but construction and blocked off streets where as things come to fruition, and they are coming to fruition, that I see a much brighter overall downtown picture. So hopefully I'm right. I think I am. Any other questions? All right, with that, we'll go to public speakers on item 16. We'll start out with Kathy Janega Dykes.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, members of the council. My name is Kathy Janega Dykes, and I'm president and CEO of Visit Santa Barbara. And I'm here to thank you for your ongoing support and certainly recognizing the importance of tourism to our local economy. But I'm also here to provide an update about just how effective our public-private partnership has been between the city of Santa Barbara and also Visit Santa Barbara. Within just a few weeks left in the fiscal year, we're thrilled to report that there really has been this momentum developing from our work. Our promotion of the Santa Barbara brand has led to a record of 480,000 consumer leads to lodging businesses. And this critical pipeline of new customers will really sustain local employment and TOT collections well into the summer and fall. Additionally, our public relations team has earned some amazing press for the community, including big-name hits on American Idol, The Jennifer Hudson Show, and hundreds of positive travel articles in key markets. And hopefully you've been able to see some of this beautiful exposure made possible in due part because of the city grant funding. And while the booking window remains short and hotel rates did soften during the last year, we're really encouraged by the number of groups on the books for the next 12 months. Also, signs point to a return to growth in visitor volume, economic impact, and tax collections in fiscal year 25. So thank you again for your continued trust in Visit Santa Barbara to invest your precious resources very wisely. My team and I look forward to extending our long track record of success on behalf of the entire community we serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Trey Pinner.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, and welcome, Ms. McAdoo. Welcome, pleasure to see you here. It's always a great opportunity to be able to speak to our representatives, and I thank you for that opportunity always. I serve as the chair of the Downtown Parking Committee, and there's been a lot of parking talk, right, here at the council over the past few months, and we've obviously had it at the DPC as well. And as you know, all that talk isn't always about money. It's also about how the operation and the system works. So again, we appreciate the complexities of this issue. I have served on the committee for over a decade, and it's an exciting time for parking, it seems like lately. So we appreciate everything you're working on. For the past many budgets that the DPC has presented, we have always had the goal of providing you a balanced budget. And since 2019, that goal has been harder to fulfill. And especially with COVID, it made it very hard and very difficult to fulfill. This past couple months, staff and the DPC provided you just that, a balanced budget. And we understand there were some very difficult things and changes in that. And that's why I say it's not always just about the money. It was a lot of changes to operation. And I appreciate what Councilmember Friedman said. Maybe we're just too soon and too early with our ideas, but it was a goal to provide you with a balanced budget. With that in mind, I'm requesting that you move forward with the updated recommendation number 1 at this time, which is the Measure C and general fund transfers. And the other items that were added, we tabled those to look at those with staff as they work through the ideas of the issue of moving from a enterprise fund to a general fund, and hold those significant changes for later. So when I say updated 1, it was the item listed there. I don't know if it's called updated 1, but it has the footnote updated number 1. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Are there any speakers online for this item?
No, Mr. Mayor, no hands raised.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, we'll go back to council for deliberation. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to all staff for the months of work to get here. It's a year-long process, but this year it's been especially tough with the economics the way they are. And also to the many members of the public who spoke on this. So since we will be bringing this back next week for final action, I'll just get right to my comments. I am supportive of the staff recommendations, both previously and the new ones today. If you could quickly just pull up slide 11. I just wanted to, and this is in regards to downtown parking. Sorry. Because I think it'll be easier to go through. So in regards to the bottom three, the low-cost permits, the 700,000 would be a cost, the 800,000, and then the 1.4. I am fully supportive of the city administrators and city finance directors' recommendation to bring back any of the changes beyond what staff is recommending, such as Measure C, bring it back at a later time, as well as the discussion on whether or not to fold downtown parking into the general fund. There's got to be both pros and cons to that, and I want to know the full impacts of just putting it right into the general fund, because there might be something that we're not seeing right now that that additional time would give us more information, because that is a big change, and the general fund has a lot of pressures on it already. So if there is a way to find other cost-cutting measures or revenues in there and kind of keep it separately, I think it also helps with the accounting of that fund. So. And then in terms of the 90 minutes, I'll put this, I had asked staff to look into that. And my hope at the time was to perhaps increase activity downtown. But seeing the high cost to that, I'm not supportive of it at this time. Again, if there's information down the line, but I think downtown has more challenges than just 15 minutes free additional 15 minutes that would get people down there. And right now is not the time to exacerbate the general fund deficit, which this would do. So that's my comments, supportive of the recommendation, and to look at downtown parking in the coming year and have a plan going into the 2-year budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gutierrez.
Oh, a lot of my comments were similar to Council Member Friedman. I also had this similar comment about the 90-minute parking, and I'm very supportive of the recommendation. I'm a little nervous about the transition of the downtown parking into the general fund. So if we can I will allow staff to take their time, because there are also jobs within the department that I'm just fearful that we might lose, especially in the economic times that we are in now. And so I just really want to be very mindful of those staff that might be affected, or how the department's going to be affected if it goes into the general fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I'm in agreement with Mr. Friedman. So in particular, downtown parking, I would agree with staff's recommendations. I'm confused on that number 4 line. I agree with the top 3. I think the bottom 3 should be options that get discussed in the future, and I'm not really clear on that middle one, on whether that's part of the original. You can tell me afterwards whether that's part of the original discussion and recommendation. I agree that for several reasons. So one, this is a horrible situation for a new city administrator. It's not her budget. It's kind of somebody else's budget that she hasn't had a chance to apply her skill set to. And I have a great deal of confidence that that skill set will minimize the immediate consequences that we see from this from a numerical standpoint, and work on both the programmatic and revenue considerations from a fresh perspective. So I'm going to go with that and extend that honeymoon period, so to speak. But I have every confidence that with a new set of eyes and the person we put in that position, that it won't get worse, but it'll get better. So changing my usual cup half empty to cup half full is what my wife is saying at home right now. I think it also gives being the second year of a 2-year budget process, it's just kind of a thing that happens without a lot of, I mean, there's always angst, but it's without a lot of sharing back and forth between executive team back down to department heads and the people in the actual departments. And I think, again, to give due opportunity to the new team that's put in place here from in terms of the city administrator, I think that gives us an opportunity to quickly move on remedying this for the next 2-year process. As Mr. DiMartini says, the work for the next one always starts in a week and a day, right? The other, I think, use of reserves, you're going to ask a yes or no on that. I think that's a yes. And so that's how we'll get there to handle this. Just a couple highlights or, perspectives on how we got here. A couple things I'm really proud of, but that have cost us money that we've done over the past 2 years for sure, is we made a market effort to stop putting a blanket percent of increase for salaries and wages that was never held to in the budget process. And I'm maybe mess up the numbers, but it used to be 2 or 3%, and now it's 5%. And the 2 or 3% was never held. So the moment you walked in and looked at the budget, it was already out of sync because nobody was going to hold to that. And I think that's we can argue about whether 5 is enough or not, but just to have that obligation or starting point of 5 rather than something that was almost half of that, I think has been a great reflection on this entire council. And along with that is our work to equitably level out the benefits, in particular the medical benefits, across all the bargaining units that had discrepancies where one bargaining unit might be getting better medical benefits than another, but move to a point where all of our employees have the same medical benefits, the same level of medical benefits. Both of those things cost money, right from the start. So they come at a price. And then, the negative I've written down there is we're still waiting for the shoe to drop on the classification and wage study, which will be a challenge in the future. And all of this comes under the perspective also of in terms of downtown parking or sales taxes or just people doing what they do today, myself included, an eroding behavior that historically used to contribute to revenues is different than it was before. And we have to adjust to that and handle that and killer inflation and sister or brother agencies to the left of right of us, pillaging our employees and putting us in a hole. So overall, I'm very confident that the challenges that are being put here today and the ones that you'll see particularly on paper when somebody says, wow, it's a really big number, you're going down into the reserves, I think we'll have an opportunity and the right people in place to attack that over the next 2 years. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also appreciate all the work. Thank you. This has been a very involved process and really, really appreciate your expertise in taking us through it. So I just wanted to go on record in agreement with, particularly as it pertains to the downtown parking request. I'm at this point agnostic about moving the enterprise fund into the general fund, but very interested to learn about the pros and cons, and I'm certainly very open to it. I will say, and Councilmember Jordan touched on this,
and I know I'm a dog with a bone on this point, but particularly if we move downtown parking into the general fund, the implications for our reserve policy are quite extreme, and we continue to be flexible with how we understand that policy and how we implement it. And so when this does come back, for me, it's important that we really seriously think about that policy and the implications for that policy, moving this fund in particular into the general fund. I do support using reserves to make up the deficit. I don't see that there are any other options. So we have to do it. But again, it calls into question for me this policy and if its efficacy, if we continue to, year after year, find ourselves in a position to be saying, let's use the reserves to do this. Something is not working. So I hope that we can continue to have that conversation when this comes back. But otherwise, thank you. I'm in full support of staff recommendations.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. First, also echoing, just thank you so much for really pointed improvements and clarifications and adjustments to how the data is presented and available, and just keep striving forward. And it's just been really great to see that, and I really appreciate it, and thank you. I know that's taken a lot of extra effort on top of all of the calculations that need to happen. So just since we do seem to be focusing on downtown parking right now, I mean, there were big overarching budget deliberative questions too, and the adjustments that have been made are, I really appreciate them in different departments, and also in certain departments sort of stepping up to find ways to apply funds to other funds. And that does lead me to a question I had before further comments, but I want to start on, well, we can start on this slide 11, and it has the alternative funding sources, clean communities, and it has the change in revenue of $200,000. And I want to say thank you to sustainability for finding a way to apply those funds. But then on slide 10, and this is a question first, but the updated recommendation says one-time general fund Measure C transfers. Does that not also include, or could that not also include the clean communities? Also, I just want to be clear on where that is in the recommendations.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor Rouse, and thank you, Councilmember Seddon. I do believe it is not included in the recommendation number, but
that way, so that with the additional 200,000 there. And then, yeah, I guess that was my only question before comment. So, oh, and I also wanted to clarify, the staff report still says Measure B and or clean communities, and the PowerPoint just says clean communities. So I just want to be extra clear that Measure B funds are off the table.
Yes, Councilmember Seddon, yes, that is clear, because Measure B was discussed at a public hearing about exploring it as an option. We have continued to kind of talk about it in the staff report, but we understand that was very clear direction from prior meeting.
Okay, thank you. So now, I guess, other comments. So since we discussed the 90 minutes, increasing that time, we've gotten so many positive emails from community members who don't maybe usually even write to us saying how much they appreciated that, how much it seemed like we were addressing local community needs, local community members. There were some people saying, well, now I'll come downtown again. And it was such a positive response that I think, surprised that we're looking at not doing that. I had sort of thought we were committed to that, and I will say that I still completely support the 90-minute parking, and I think we at least should see what it does. I think with the responses that we got, it had been so long since we got that kind of positive reinforcement of a decision that we made up here. So I still like wholeheartedly, completely support the 90 minutes. And I think actually we might see the revenue exchange by people coming downtown. So I would love to, I support it. I support it today. I don't feel I need more information back on it. Complete support. And then also for the moving downtown parking to the general fund, I support coming back with how to do that and the timeline for doing that. But again, I am in complete support of doing it for a couple reasons that I'll reiterate. One, if you go back to the slide, slide 9, it's just so clear that this is not operating as an enterprise fund, doesn't intend to operate as an enterprise fund, isn't going to anytime soon. I mean, this is out to fiscal year 29. It doesn't even, to call it an enterprise fund and to treat it as such is really outside the spirit of what we expect enterprise funds to do, like the waterfront. And when you look at the list of what downtown parking is responsible for, it's really managing the plaza of downtown, which is a general fund operation, keeping the streets clean, keeping them lit, keeping them accessible, to try and make up that fund through charging parking rates seems to me counter to what we're trying to do. If we're trying to make downtown accessible, inviting, clean, it makes no sense to me to keep saying, well, the fund is broke, and so we can't clean it up, and we can't pilot programs, and we can't try things, and we can't pay for a trolley because this fund is broke. So this message we keep getting that this is the fund to pay for these things, and clearly this fund is not going positive ever. I think it's our sort of responsibility to say, well, we want our streets clean and accessible and well lit, and we want to do fun pilot projects, and we want people to come downtown, and to not have this argument like, oh, well, we're not charging enough for people to park, and we're not charging enough for people to pay to play downtown. So just the paradigm of this as an enterprise fund, to me, doesn't reflect what enterprise funds do. It's not like water rates. It's not like waterfront. So I would really like to push ahead with that because I think it would help us reprioritize what we mean by what we want to support in programs downtown. So yeah, I'll just say I support the 90-minute subsidized. I don't think it should be called subsidized, but I support the 90-minute free parking. I still support wholeheartedly moving this to the general fund, but we could still work out the timelines and the implications and how to do it legally. I think we could still have a downtown parking committee that was giving recommendations on managing the plaza. They just wouldn't also be in charge of making their own revenue to be able to make downtown inviting for everyone. And this slide is the one that brings it home. It's not an enterprise fund. It's not even a broke enterprise fund. It's like in debt enterprise fund. And the rest of it, I support using reserves. I think this is what reserves are for. And if we really could have flexibility on a trolley downtown and paying less for parking and really reinvigorating downtown, I really think we can get there if we're creative and allow ourselves that flexibility.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, staff, for putting in the work to come back with an alternative. I'm still pretty stubborn in the belief that parking should be free in the city. I just see how other neighboring communities are doing with their parking situation and not charging. And I'm supportive of moving this to the general fund fully. I just believe that it should be free. At the very least, be free during our slow winter seasons in hopes to attract tourists and shoppers to come downtown, knowing that they're not going to be charged for parking during that time of year. So yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it. I know I'm kind of the outlier and kind of a pain in the butt, but I apologize. I just feel that parking should be free at this point. Thank you.
All right, very good. Yeah, for all of you who remember George Girth, that was the mantra. Parking is never free. Somebody always pays for parking. So that was, and I agree with Ms. Sneddon is that, that the parking system has never really acted like a true enterprise fund. The problem was back in the day, it was sucked dry by other ancillary things. The MTD subsidy coming out of Lot 10 because we had to mitigate the traffic trips caused by Lot 10, or Lot 6, were 10,500 per day, and so that was 350,000 a year plus CPI. And then we pulled out of Park and Rec, we pulled the Plaza contract, $700,000 a year to do the DO and to do the pressure washing. Came out of that and went into the parking fund. So it's never really acted as a true enterprise fund anyway. So we'll get to that later on. But I will make it, I don't have the votes for it, so I'm not going to pursue it. But the reason why I brought up Measure B back in 2013, for all those guys who want to remember that, was because when Measure B was sold to us by the then Harriet Miller, our mayor, she brought in people like myself and Marshall Rose out of the business community to help sell it on the basis of we were going to enhance street sweeping. And because it was a visitor-driven fund, it made sense to do that. And the street sweeping related to it because it kept a lot of the detritus out of the storm drain. By the same token is the pressure washing is water only, and we have to capture all that water, so we do probably a third or more or less than we used to be able to do because we're trying to keep the detritus out of the storm drain, and we're trying to keep it so that when it does rain, you don't get all the stuff in the storm drain. So Measure B wasn't a fishing expedition on my part. I really do think there's a legitimate nexus there. I know I'm not going to get anywhere with that today, but that's where I'm coming from on that. I think, and the other thing too is going to surprise people because I was always the parking curmudgeon, but I do think we're going to have to look at the entire system differently because situations have changed. We're about to have a lot more downtown residents, which is great. We've also taken away parking requirements out of the CBD. So that means there are going to be, people are still going to have cars. Sorry about that, they are. So they're going to be looking for places to put cars, park cars, or whatever, and we have currently capacity to do that. So we're going to have to be nimble. We're going to have policies that are different than they've always been, because what we don't want to do is have all this new housing downtown go out and affect the ancillary neighborhoods surrounding the neighborhoods. It's already rather impacted. We want to make sure that the quality of life doesn't diminish because of our policies. And once we get people populated downtown, if we can serve them and serve those neighborhoods, we're going to be a much better and more vibrant city. So I think that's all good. And then the last thing is, of course, one thing is a little bit different than before we started the budget process is we do have more PD parking enforcement on the street right now. So that's been something we were lacking for a long, long time, and that did affect the fact that people were parking forever and not using lots. So I think that's going to help out a little bit too. You have another comment, Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Yeah. After listening to my colleagues and looking out in the audience and looking at the city staff from downtown parking, I really want to commend you because I know that you guys have gone back and really worked hard to balance, your department. And it does worry me when, as leaders, we say parking should be free because I think of District 1 and I think we should have wider sidewalks and we should have, safer streets. But the reality that all that costs money. I am very hopeful that the downtown will we're going to have housing. We're going to, State Street's going to come back to life. And I'm really hopeful that the economic situation of this department will get better. Being in this position, we have to make really hard decisions. And we have parking structures and lots that we didn't use for almost, I would say, 3 years because of COVID. And as a council, we couldn't get it together of what we're going to do downtown. So there's a lot of factors. I just wanted to acknowledge the city staff, and I'm really hopeful that the downtown will come to life again, and we're going to have a better budget situation in the upcoming years.
All right, very good. Well, it seems like we're rowing towards the same shore more or less here, so I will entertain a motion unless there are further comments.
Mayor Rouse,
You're not done.
If I may, as in prior years, what we have done is we have listed all of the recommendations from council members during the public hearing process or guidance that you've given during your deliberations. And if Ms. Glusak can go to the next slide, we've itemized them. We've done this in prior years. We do not have to use this tool. It is completely up to the city council how we would like to do this. But there are certain recommendations, certain items that would be best to vote on so that we can include them so there is clarity. And so staff would recommend that we utilize a tool if you would like to. You do not have to vote on any and all of them. If you don't, then they won't get included. And so we could just step through this, and that might make this efficient if the mayor would allow us to do so.
Yeah, I think if you teed it up for us, Mr. DiMartini, that would be good.
We'd be happy to do that. So this first item that staff is requesting a vote on is the staff recommended adjustments. Those are the minor technical adjustments that Ms. Glusak presented just a few minutes ago. You can vote on all of them at once if you'd like to do so.
Mr. Friedman.
I'll move all those.
Okay, moved by Friedman, second by Alejandro Gutierrez. Any further discussion on the motion? May we have the vote, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, this is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez for the staff recommended adjustments. Go ahead and vote, please.
Passes 6-1 with Oscar Gutierrez dissenting. Thank you very much. And Mr. DiMartini, I will say that that was one of the best and most concise presentations.
There
You
are
got
more,
more?
yes, Mayor Rouse.
Would you quit?
Don't
for
give
God's
us credit
sakes?
too soon, Mr. Mayor Rouse.
It's not on the slides.
There are a couple more, and then we have another tab as well, so bear with us, please. So I'll ask Ms. Glusak to scroll down. There are a couple other
Taking
ones
back my
below here. So there's an item for directing staff to continue to look at reviewing the in lieu fees. Staff, as mentioned earlier, is already doing this with a consultant that is on board doing this. So you can vote to do that, but staff is already doing this. There's an item about the fire department position that was noted earlier. There's an item for looking at cost savings for owning revenue control equipment at the downtown parking. Again, that we're going to come back to you in a couple months with a more comprehensive recommendation about downtown parking. So again, you do not need to vote on these individually as we're going to bring a complete package. I will request, though, the last one here about examining reclassifying the downtown parking enterprise fund to the general fund. Staff is requesting your vote on that because it is a substantial effort to analyze all the implications of doing so. I would request that council make a motion and vote on that, please.
All right, very good.
Mayor Rouse?
Ms. Snedden.
Yeah, may I have a question? I think it would be great to see the overview of all the things that we'll be looking at because I thought I saw a screen flash by that had the 90-minute parking and the other two individually, and I just wanted to see what opportunities, for all of us to see all the things that we might.
Yes, Councilmember Snedden, thank you so much for that. So this is the last page that we will review. And what it does is it lists all of the individual recommendations for downtown parking here, starting on row 18, the downtown employee passes and permits, the local passes, and then the other adjustments for the 90-minute free parking. And then Ms. Glusak will walk us through the next set about how those actions in downtown parking then impact the general fund, right, for additional transfers that may be required. And then Ms. Glusak can scroll down a little bit further. There's an action to either use Measure B funding for downtown parking, as was noted on prior. Again, I realize council has since not necessarily wanted to use Measure B. And then also leveraging Clean Communities funding is noted here as well. And then specific actions to have Measure C fund the downtown parking capital improvement projects that are planned for fiscal year 2025. And council can vote on each of those individually, or you can vote on them in totality.
Okay.
So if we can go back to the, I'm sorry, Mr.
Go right ahead.
We go back to the adjustments tab. So here are the items that I just presented a bit earlier. Of the items listed here, the bottom one is one that staff is really requesting direction from council about the reclassification of the fund.
You want to take that or go as Ms. Snedden? I think you will.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. For that one individually, I would like to move to direct staff. I would like to direct staff to reclassify the downtown parking enterprise fund into the general fund unless we really do need to do it as a examine first.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon, I think we do need to go back and look at the timing, the legalities around it, different components of it, like, for example, the PBIA, that needs to be put into a different fund. So there are a lot of considerations that need to be taken. And so I think we would request that the motion be that staff be directed to look further into that specific
would you amend
request.
your motion?
And I think we would like those to be taken separately, that particular item, to have a motion on that particularly, if you
Okay.
could. Thank you.
So then I will move it as is worded in the document before us.
Second by Friedman, first by Sneddon. Okay, can we have that vote, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, one moment, please. And this was a motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Friedman, to direct staff to examine reclassifying the downtown parking enterprise fund into the general fund. Okay? Go ahead and vote, please.
Thank you. It passes 6-1 with Alejandro Gutierrez dissenting.
Thank you very much, council members. So the other three items again are listed here. We'll entertain a motion.
I'll move those three together.
Okay, moved by Sneddon, second by Jordan for the balance.
This is a motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Jordan, to direct staff to review in lieu fees and consider a possible increase, to direct staff to consider hiring personnel to assist the fire department with duties related to that of a warehouse specialist, and to direct staff to consider possible cost savings for not owning revenue control equipment.
Ms. Harmon to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just, can I get a little bit of clarity on what it means to direct staff to consider hiring someone? So are we saying we are going to hire that person, or we're going to consider hiring that person? And at what point will the decision about hiring them come to us?
Mr. DiMartini.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse and Megan Harmon. My conversations with fire department, as well as comments made by council during open sessions, where the council wanted to look into actually reinstating the warehouse specialist position, which was eliminated as part of cost-saving measures. Subsequent conversations with the fire department revealed that that position may no longer be necessary in its prior form due to Amazon deliveries, et cetera. The way that ordering happens is a little bit different than it used to be, having things in a warehouse. It's more just-in-time delivery. So we reworded it to be, because it seemed like the spirit of that comment when I went and reviewed the tapes was to have that kind of support and administrative support for the fire department so that our sworn firefighters were doing sworn firefighter stuff. So that's the reason that it's worded that way. That help?
Ms. McAdoo.
I would just suggest if it's a reclassification, new position, it would need to come back to the council for approval. So if we're going to add back the warehouse specialist or create it in a different form, we would bring that back to council.
Perfect. That's
Thank
very
you for the
helpful.
clarification.
Thank
Mr.
you so
Friedman
much.
to the motion.
Yeah, I'm going to ask if we could vote on that one separately. First question is, how much is, in dollar-wise, are we talking about here? I don't recall.
If memory serves, I believe it was around $91,000, but I would have to go back and check.
And if this is just going to come back to us, it's not actually voting on it today to implement it?
That is correct.
Okay, I won't ask for a separate vote then. I just want to express my concerns with this, and it has nothing to do with fire department per se, but now it's closer to $10 million deficit. And each department has been asked to make strategic reductions. And I'm sure you could find and this is something that it could help them if they got this in their operations, but you could do that for police department, you could do it for community development. And to single out one department to reinstate something without having the full picture of what other departments could use something similar, I think it kind of goes around our whole budget process. So I have concerns about adding back a position just for one department without having all departments present something that, hey, they could really use that and it could really affect the delivery of their services. So for now, I'll vote to move it forward, but when it comes back, I do want to understand that, and if there's other departments that something similar could help them. Thank you.
Ms. Sneddon, to the motion.
I would be fine with separating those out, and I believe it was my comment about the warehouse specialist, and given the new information, I think reclassification or looking at that as separate outside of the budget would be perfectly fine, and I think that direction has sort of been given. So if the seconder of the motion is amenable to just
Withdraw the motion and remake it?
well, yeah, it would be the line item 28 and 32 would be the motion for both
So,
of those.
yeah, if you want to go ahead and withdraw the motion, Ms. Gutierrez wants to speak, and then you can remake, I'll call on you to remake the motion. Ms. Gutierrez.
I just need some clarification. Mr. Martini, this position was brought up when the fire department came and presented their budget, right? Just like every other department, and they had, certain staffing.
Yes.
So can you remind the council and the public why we have this specific,
Yes, Councilmember Gutierrez, I'd be happy to. So this was a position that was included in the fire department's proposed budget as one of their strategies to reduce their expenditures. Part of the budget for 25 is to have every general fund department have a series of expenditure reductions to meet their reduction target. This position was one of them for the fire department. During budget deliberations and the public hearings during the public hearings that we had, it was noted, as Councilmember Sneddon noted earlier, that this position was brought up as potentially not reducing the position. And so we've listed it here as an item for further discussion, requiring direction from council to either add it back into the budget or not.
So there has been a transparency about the discussion of this position. So I was just thrown off by Mr. Councilmember Friedman's comment. So thank you for the clarification.
All right, so Ms. Sneddon, would you like to restate your motion, please?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I will move to direct staff to review in lieu fees and consider possible increases, and to direct staff to consider possible cost savings for not owning revenue control equipment.
First by Sneddon, second by Jordan. Any questions or comments on the motion? May we have the vote, please?
Okay, this is a motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Jordan, to direct staff to review in lieu fees and consider possible increases, and to direct staff to consider possible cost savings for not owning revenue control equipment. Go ahead and vote, please.
Passed unanimously, thank you. Ms. Sneddon, again? Anything else? Nope, that was it. Do we have anything left?
So Mayor Rouse, I guess if there's no motion on that item right there, we'll move on to the, oh, okay, great.
To direct staff to consider hiring personnel to assist the fire department with duties related to those of a warehouse specialist.
Okay, first by Gutierrez, second by Sneddon. May we have the vote, please?
Yes, this is a motion by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, seconded by Councilmember Sneddon, to direct staff to consider hiring personnel to assist fire department with duties related to those of a warehouse specialist. Go ahead and vote, please.
Motion fails with Gutierrez. Oh, can't really read it out anymore. Anyway, it failed 4-3.
And may I just clarify for the record who?
I don't know. It's off the screen.
Okay,
Not
we'll
that
review
quick.
the tape. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Rouse, we'll go to the next page now. Every item on this list is in regards to downtown parking. So as the city administrator mentioned earlier, staff is planning to bring back an item to council and within the next couple of months to go a little bit deeper into the options that staff might recommend for council for further discussion in regards to downtown parking. So you can wait for that item to come back, or you can take an action on any and all of these items as they are presented here. In regards to the employee passes, the local passes, the capital improvement projects, so on and so forth. And then if you vote to approve them, they would then be included in the adopted budget before you next Tuesday.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I won't lump these together, but I would like to move the 90-minute free parking in the garages and surface lots.
Okay, that's a motion by Sneddon. Mr. Friedman,
Well, I'll wait till there's a second before.
is there a second on the motion to move the 90-minute free parking?
Sorry, I'm a little confused. Were we supposed to address Mr. DeMartini's comment about if we're going to wait, or are we going to move on to vote?
I
So
think
we're just voting now?
Councilmember Gutierrez, the vote, if there is a vote, it's to direct staff to include this in the adopted budget next week. So if there is not a motion on these specific items, then we would pause, and they would not be included in the adopted budget. It would be brought back for further conversation. So I think what Councilmember Sneddon has done is made a motion to include the 90-minute parking in the adopted budget next week.
Thank you.
So that's the motion on the floor, has not yet gotten a second. And then Mr. Friedman has a comment.
I just want to comment to this item. Again, it was something I was interested in and had brought to staff's attention so that when the item came up during the budget presentations, they had that information ahead of time. And my original thoughts on this were that it would help downtown, bring more people back downtown. But there's a lot that's going to be happening in terms of the master plan coming up in June at the City Advisory Committee. There's some potential, closure on that, or at least finalizing it. And then there's going to be council meetings in July that we could possibly make some changes that'll be exciting for downtown that will hopefully bring people back as well. And at this time, I feel that making this change, it would make it harder to track what the eventual changes would be going forward, because we'd like to be able to say, hey, the metrics of the 75 minutes post changes are there. But the other is I'm very hesitant to either dip into another 1.4 million in reserves over something that might pan out or might not. And then also, I don't know where that would come from, if it's just reserves or eventually it would lead to other deductions from other general fund sources, public safety, libraries, and parks. So I think that is included in studying. And so we'll have more information at the time, but I think until we have that information, we see where the master plan is going to be going in a few weeks, we'll have a lot better information on what to do in terms of downtown parking.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan.
Totally agree with all of that. What just bothers me most about that was the admittedly a la carte method of figuring out each one of those categories, because it's not clear to me that particularly local passes and 90-minute free parking, like if you do one, does it actually lessen the impact, the negative impact of the other, either way? And I think given that concern in context, particularly with what's going to be taking place in the next 2 months probably in resolving up some of the dynamics downtown on where cars are, where cars aren't, and where people are, I think just bodes to have a little caution and just have staff ready to bring this back to us.
Thank you. Ms. Sneddon.
So I understand that this motion died.
Correct.
And so am I understanding, I just want to check in, that all three of these are still possibly viable, but they'll be brought back later, all three together? And do we need a motion to that effect?
A motion, well, Mr. DeMartini, would you
Yes,
direct us, sir?
Councilmember Sneddon, Mayor Rouse, if council would like any of these options to be included in the adopted budget for fiscal year 2025, which comes to council next week, staff requires a motion and to be passed successfully today.
And if these are being brought back at some later date, undetermined, does that need a motion?
Councilmember Sneddon, it does not. You do not need to make a motion to have it be considered for bringing back in a couple months. Staff will do the work to get ready for that meeting in a couple months and bring you a comprehensive proposal at that time.
Okay, then I'm still going to go through the exercise then of making the motion. If nobody seconds it, it's fine. But at least one of these local passes, I'd like to move that it's considered in the budget brought back next week local passes.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor for the local passes.
Clarification, Mayor.
Mr. Gutierrez.
I waited because I thought one of my colleagues was going to second your motion on the 90-minute parking, but then it went into a line of questioning. I would second her motion.
Well, that motion's already off the table, so
Is it?
there's a new motion.
Yeah, yes, there was that motion, the first motion that Councilmember Sneddon made failed because of a lack of a second. Now there's a replacement motion on the floor, which is for the local passes. So we need to, well, there's been no second to that motion, so.
Well, I didn't hear her response to a motion was a line of questioning, so I was waiting for the line of questioning to finish before I seconded the motion. Does that make sense?
So
Right,
could he
but that motion's
substitute
already
motion?
gone,
Well,
so
could he
there's a new motion
substitute
on the
motion?
floor.
Substitute motion.
You could substitute motion, the
Okay,
90
then
minute.
I'll second your substitute motion.
And this is regarding the, what is it, Ms. Sneddon, this passes?
No, first the 90
minutes.
minute.
Okay,
And
90-minute
if
free
that
parking.
passes, I'll rescind the local passes.
okay. Can we clarify the motion on the floor currently, please? Ms. Sneddon.
Yes, it's line 21, motion for 90-minute free parking in the garages and surface lots.
Okay. And did you want to second that, Mr. Gutierrez?
I'll second.
Okay, that's a motion, a second. Comment to the motion, Ms. Harmon.
Briefly, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I just want to go on record that I support this, but would need to see it and think it's imperative that we see it in the context of the full program. So I won't be voting yes today, but conceptually very much support the idea.
All right, thank you. And my comment to the motion is this, is right now, we like Mr. Jordan said, this à la carte way of dealing with this, we're really playing a dart game here, trying to figure out how to make the parking system move forward. I would, in my personal opinion, I think we should go ahead and have staff explore things, but not necessarily try to determine precisely what does and does not work, because if we pick one and not the other, we're not going to be really sure of the results. And there's just too many variables for me. So with that, if we understand the motion and the second, we can have a vote. If there are no more comments, questions?
Okay, please correct me with the motion here if this is incorrect. A motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, to move inclusion of the 90-minute free parking in the garages and surface lot in the budget to be brought forward next week. Okay?
Is that correct?
That's correct, and if I might make just one comment to the à la carte nature, this is the one that I think really needs to be included, and that 1.4 million was really sort of guesswork. We don't really know what the budget implication is going to be until we do it, and so I'm committed to this one, and the other two I would be fine with coming back later, but to me, these aren't all three of the same. This is one thing, and those other two are others.
Right, and just a counter comment is because of what happened during the film festival and other things the staff has come up with, there are some creative ideas, and I do believe staff is capable within this next period of trying to rework this somehow. So I don't want to be the one to be up here determining what's going to work and what's not, to be honest with you. Okay, with that, we will go, if everybody understands the motion, there was Sneddon Gutierrez, and we can have a vote. Ms. Knack, did you have a question? Oh, okay. Just,
Okay, we'll go ahead and vote.
okay, motion fails 5-2.
I will rescind the motion on the table that this was substituted into.
Okay. So,
Okay, Mayor Rouse, thank you for that. So the next series is, they're related to the additional transfer that is required from the general fund into the downtown parking enterprise fund. My recommendation, if the mayor is amenable, is to wait on that and allow us to incorporate these changes. We're going to be coming back to you in a couple of months with a comprehensive proposal. We will assess the level of general fund support that may be required at that time. There is already a $500,000 general fund transfer that's in the city administrator's recommended budget, and there might be more that might be required depending on these actions. So I would recommend that we just wait on those if it's amenable to the mayor.
And do you need a motion to that
You do not. You can just
direction?
not
Okay.
do a motion. We can move on.
Does anybody on council have a comment to that? I agree with Mr. DiMartini.
Great. So,
Personally.
so the next item here is Measure B. Again, you could not take an action, then that would just stay where it is, and we would move on for $281,000. And the one that's related to that is the Clean Communities funding. This is presented to council as an either or, not both being approved together. So it would be an either or.
All right, very good. Ms. Sneddon?
Yes, Mayor Rouse, I'd like to move that the from Clean Communities, State Street Plaza litter and spot cleaning, $200,000 be transferred.
Very good. It's a motion by
Second.
Sneddon. Second by Harmon. Comment to that? Okay. Any comments or questions? May we have the vote, please?
Again, please correct as necessary. Motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Harmon to clean community transfer to downtown parking. That's the extent of the motion? Okay. Go ahead and vote, please.
Pass unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, the Mayor Rouse's final set of items is listed below for Measure C. And so it was discussed that Measure C could be a viable funding source for the downtown parking planned capital improvement projects. They're listed here individually. You can vote on them separately, or you can take one consolidated action on all of them. It is important to note that staff is not recommending reducing any funding for any project that is slated to receive Measure C funding at this time. Staff, although it does cause a bit of a budget issue, we have adequate cash in the fund to be able to adhere to all of our obligations and our commitments for our construction contracts and the like. And we would do a much thorough planning leading up to the fiscal year 26 budget process to evaluate all the planned capital projects using Measure C going forward. And so that's the request before you today.
All right, very good. Ms. Gutierrez?
I want to make a motion to pass all of the Measure C projects.
I'm sorry, I was being talked to by Mr. Jordan. What was the motion?
Mr. Mayor,
I was saying, blame your pro tem. What was the motion?
the motion was to pass all of the Measure C items, all the
Okay.
projects.
And my comment is that I don't want to support right now the 1.5 for the revenue control system, even though I know it's a future expense, but I think there are other options, so I am not going to support that motion. Ms. Sneddon?
I would also support taking out the revenue control system 1.5, if that makes a difference.
Okay. Mr. Jordan?
Can somebody talk to that item? I mean, I remember hearing about it, but on what that looks like from a timeline standpoint to pull it out and, because I think what was discussed then was looking at other dynamics of the way to have a revenue control system, but nobody has come back and talked about what that looks like yet, right? I mean, that was just kind of talked about abstractedly, and now it's like this or that, all of a sudden have to make a choice.
Ms. Clark?
Thank you. Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan. So as I noted earlier, our revenue control system in our parking lots, which is all of the gates, entrance columns, ticket spitters, all the back end of that as well, is past its end of life. So our vendor no longer supports it. We can no longer buy parts for that, at least not from our vendor directly. We have to get them from other sources if we need them. So at this point, we're needing to replace that equipment. And we also know that we want to make some changes to how the parking lots operate to find ourselves greater efficiencies and to improve customer service. So that is what this item was budgeted here for. And as I noted earlier, we would not expect the $1.5 million to be enough to actually purchase replacement hardware. These systems are very expensive. It would shock you how much one little piece of them costs. So this was put in as sort of a planning number under the assumption that we would be looking for, different opportunities, whether there is financing available through a vendor. As I believe it was noted the last time that this item came up, a lot of times the sort of no-cost options come with a revenue share. So that's maybe not the best opportunity for the city because that would be an ongoing loss of revenue, of parking revenue, but that's something we have not had time to explore in detail. So regardless of where we ended up, we would probably expect to spend at least $1 million just doing the site alterations that are going to be necessary in order to install some of that equipment. So even if we paid $0 for the equipment, it's still going to be very expensive to get our parking lots to a point where we can install that equipment because, for example, ADA requirements mean certain, you have to have an accessible path of travel. That was going to require some grading in some places, some restriping of the parking lots, and all of those changes can be fairly expensive. And so, like I said, this is sort of a placeholder number to kind of get us started with the idea that we'll be looking for the most cost-effective way to pursue this over the year.
So how long does it take to answer the maybe part of it? The unknown part? I mean, we haven't done any, it's still a maybe,
Yeah.
whereas the 1.5 fences you into spending 1.5 for a 10 or 15-year life of something, right? So, and if something else is out there that will work, which we don't know yet, it's a maybe, how long does it take to get to maybe?
So I would expect, once we do have funding in place, that it would take roughly 6 months or so. We'd probably want to do, some sort of a competitive purchasing, whether that's an RFP or an RFQ or something to determine what our best and our most competitive option is value-wise. We'd also need to set up meetings with different vendors, things like that. Even our own vendor, it can take sometimes over a month to get a quote for materials. And so, that process is a little bit time consuming.
Okay, thanks. I'd also request that we break that item out separately then, rather than risk all 7 items for a no.
So, Mr. Friedman.
First, as the seconder of the motion, I'm glad to break that out on there, assuming the motion maker wants to do that for a separate vote on that one item. But to that item, Ms. Clark, I just wanted to, to clarify, one question. Is the work that you're going to be doing also related to the hardware software issue that came up? Because is that what this is? There was that issue of if we're going to be purchasing a bunch of hardware, that's going to be obsolete, and then we have to purchase it again and again versus software. It might be more expensive up front, but it's constantly getting the new technology with the system support and perpetuity. Is that part of this 1.5 million?
Yeah, so Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, I mean, ideally, I think we'd probably, just off the top of my head, I'd say, generally, not owning hardware that is rapidly changing is probably a better bet. However, I would note that the system that we've had since 2006. So, what we had has lasted us a very long time and has been, that purchase has been a good value for the city. And so, this isn't necessarily changing. Things are changing certainly faster now than they were in 2006, but they're not necessarily changing so fast that you would realize a better value by not owning it. So that's part of that math that we're going to have to just work out and see what our better option is.
That's part of the information. And so based on what the answers to your previous questions, this 1.5 million, we're going to spend it either way, it seems like. So whether or not we approve this, we're going to have to spend it on other improvements, so this would go towards that. So this is actually accounting for something we're pretty positive we're going to spend on it.
Yeah, Councilmember Friedman, I would be surprised if we didn't end up spending at least that much, like I said, to do site work and things that are going to be necessary for new equipment.
So should we, is this all for revenue control, or should we slightly change what we're approving the money for? And that's a question maybe to I don't know, because it says if you're doing the revenue control, but now we're doing specific hardscape improvements. Is that different, or is that all part of it?
So Councilmember Friedman, revenue control system is the name that we've given to this line item, but the assumption for planning purposes was that it would include all the work that was necessary to purchase and install that system.
Thank you. That answers the question.
You know, we could budget it to another line, but you'd just be moving around the same money, so.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Ms. Gutierrez.
Ms. Clark, just for clarification, you have brought up this line item in our budget hearings, and it's not something that just popped up. It's from when I heard the presentation, it was something that the department really needed because there's no more parts available. So let's say one of the controllers or, breaks down. How long does it take if one would break down today to get it up and running? And what does that cause within that lot?
Certainly, and those are good questions, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, to the mayor. So if a portion of the equipment goes down in a parking lot that impacts customer entrance or exit, generally we have to raise the gates, the parking becomes free, and it becomes a loss of revenue. And so those can end up being very costly. For example, we switched over to a different credit card processor when we did our most recent upgrade, and there were some glitches to that ended up costing us tens of thousands of dollars. So it gets, on a given day, the downtown parking system can bring in anywhere from $10,000 to $25,000. And so to have something like that go down, even for a day, is actually very costly, and it adds up very quickly. So if it's something that's critical to the system, it sort of depends on where we are. Like I said, right now, because we're past end of life, there's not a whole lot that our vendor can do for us. We do still have service contracts with them and things like that, but mostly we have a tech who has stockpiled spare parts and who is very good at servicing the equipment. And so in-house, we generally are able to get things done relatively quickly. We're also fairly resourceful in that we will repurpose equipment out of lanes that we've got some secondary lanes in some of the lots, so if we've got two exits, for example, maybe we can close one and pull a piece of that out and move it over. But this is our mission critical infrastructure. We don't work without this infrastructure. At this point, I believe we've deferred this particular project for 2 years now, so we are very hopeful that we can get it done this year so that we don't put ourselves in a situation where we have something fail that we're not able to repair. And then we either have to invest, one of those columns can easily be $50,000 or $60,000 into that for something, we don't even know we're going to keep the whole system. So, just trying to be as prudent as we can with the funds that we have. We would like to get this replaced before we end up with a large loss of revenue.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. I asked the question because when this was discussed during budget, for me, I got the sense of urgency that this was something really important that the department needed. And so thank you for giving a lot more info about how much money the department does lose if one of these monitors, go down. So thank you.
All right, very good. So we have a motion on the floor. Mr. Friedman.
We just need to clarify the motion, because I know
Please
there's
do.
some that want to vote separately. I'm supportive of the 1.5, but can we clarify from the maker of the motion if we could separate out the 1.5 for our colleagues that might not want to vote for it?
No, I don't want to change the motion. Somebody else can make another motion.
All right, so then we have to take our motion and second off the table then, right, Ms. Connect? Because I would prefer not to second that full motion and have a vote.
So Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, so you would like to withdraw your second? Is that?
Yeah, I'd prefer to do all of them except for basically I'll take my second off the table.
Or do you want to create a substitute motion?
I'll do a substitute motion then. Well, yeah, I have to take it off. I don't want to substitute motion my own motion, so I'm going to take my second off, and we'll see if there's a second for it, and if not, then I'll make another motion.
Okay. What are we doing? Ms. Sneddon.
Well, sorry, excuse me, Mr. Mayor. So the motion on the floor then needs a second.
Yeah, there's a motion on the floor
Councilmember
without a
Gutierrez.
second currently. Okay, that motion dies for lack of a second. Is there a new motion? Ms. Sneddon, you were ready to put one up, I think?
I could, just if Councilmember Friedman's not comfortable making the substitute motion, but I would make the motion for Measure C items, parking garage, floors and deck, Ray Road, public lot improvement, Lot 9 repair, Amtrak building column repair, and Measure C increase to expenditure. Oh, no, sorry, that's the total.
I'll second that. I was just waiting for the original motion to clear rather than a substitute.
Okay. Madam Clerk, have you got all that?
I believe so, Mr. Mayor, but we'll see. We have a motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Friedman, to pass all Measure C items to, sorry, one moment. To pass, one second. Okay. Motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Friedman, to pass the following Measure C items: parking garages, floor and deck, Ray Road public lot improvement, Lot 9 repair, Amtrak building column repair, and Measure C increase to expenditure.
I believe that last line, I said that, but it was an error. The Measure C increase to expenditure is just the total of all of
Okay.
those.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Okay. So I'm just going to repeat this into the record to make sure it's clear.
Alrighty then.
Okay. Motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Friedman, to pass the following Measure C items: parking garages, floor and deck, Ray Road public lot improvement, Lot 9 repair, and Amtrak building column repair. Okay. Go ahead and vote, please.
Passed unanimously, thank you. Mr. Friedman?
I'm going to make a motion to approve the 1.5 million.
Second.
For what, the revenue control system?
Ca-
Mr. Jordan, you have your comment?
Excuse me, could you clarify that? Couldn't quite hear you.
The 1.5 million for the revenue control
Okay,
system.
thank you.
Still me? Okay. So I was going to try and do a lame motion to save myself, but I can't support just a yes or a no. The sense I get is we just haven't even gone out and spent a day or whatever to ask the question on what else is out there. And that's what bothers me, is making a commitment of a minimum of 1.5 with more to follow, to something not knowing what the other alternatives are out there, regardless of the into 2 years of death of the current system now and the hardscape that we may have to do. Can the hardscape not be done by another party as part of their commitment to that? I don't know. So I was hoping to sneak in there and actually put it back in the budget, but with a request that that diligence take place over a period of time and a report be brought back on that item to make a final decision. So if you want to vote just yes or no on the 1.5 as the situation stands now, I'll continue not to support that.
All right, very good. So we have a motion and a second on the floor for the 1.5 for the revenue control system. Is that correct? All right. May we have the vote, please?
Okay, this is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, to approve the $1.5 million for the revenue control system. Okay, go ahead and vote, please.
Motion fails 4-3.
And just to read for the record, the noes are Councilmember Harmon, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, and Councilmember Sneddon.
Mr. Jordan?
All right, well, let's keep that line there and try again. So I'd make a motion to include the 1.5 million in the budget that comes back with direction to staff to report back to council after looking into other options that include third-party ownership and partnership with the city on such a system.
Second.
Ms. Gutierrez.
This is probably for the city administrator or Mr. DiMartini. Approving this amount of money, staff still has to go back and, do the research on what kind of operator they're going to choose, and then we still have to approve yes or no, right?
Councilmember Gutierrez, it depends on the size of the contract. So I think but obviously there is additional due diligence that needs to be done by the staff team on the different options. And then again, depending on if the contract is over 100,000, then it would come back to the council for approval. I think given that we are coming back to the council to discuss parking more generally, I think we can probably include this as part of that discussion and sort of what are the next steps in the timeline for the further conversations on this. If that
Thank you, I would
help with the
support that.
council.
So, Mr. Jordan, do you have?
So I just want to make sure that conceptually that language there is clear and that we're really looking for an option that is not ownership of the system, but is more a shared revenue, shared expense, third-party type of arrangement. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Councilmember Jordan, may I clarify just again, this item as presented here, are you still supportive of this project being funded out of Measure C?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Just want to clarify. Thank you.
My intent is to have one more stop on approval
Understand.
of what the results are based on research that's made rather than not knowing if something else is out there.
Yeah, and following up on what Mr. Jordan is talking about, I know that from my independent research and other people that I talked to that run systems, that fewer and fewer municipalities are actually owning equipment as opposed to operating with a shared agreement. So I don't know how that plays into the budget. I sure hate to throw $1.5 million on the other side of the ledger, but I realize that we're going to have an expenditure and a placeholder for that capital at some point in time. I just don't want to commit to a, boom, set of hardware right now. So if that's an agreement, I can support that. Okay. We have a motion, or I don't remember now? Yep. Okay, cool. What is that motion? Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, I do have the same question. Councilmember Jordan, could you repeat the motion, please?
See, I'm not the only one.
Move inclusion in the budget and with the direction to staff to bring back choices that relate to contract timeline, including non-ownership, third-party revenue sharing, and expense sharing. And there was a second from Councilmember Sneddon.
All right, Ms. Sneddon, you good with that? All right, very good. May we have the, unless there's other comments or questions, we may have the vote, please.
Okay, you can go ahead and vote on that motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Sneddon. Go ahead and vote, please.
Passed unanimously, thank you.
So Mayor Rouse, members of the City Council, those are all the items that are on the staff deliberation list and also your recommendations. The changes that pass today, we will include in the budget that will be before you next Tuesday at the regular City Council meeting, where we will be requesting your adoption. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does that conclude that item? For sure? I've been instructed that we need to take a break. And so I appreciate all the patience of the folks who are waiting for the next item. We will reconvene at 20 minutes of the hour.
Did we need to take public comment on that, Sarah? Sarah, was there any public comment? Hold on, Mr. Mayor.
Wait a minute.
Wait.
Was there?
Oh, anyone in the gallery? No?
Well, it's all item 17.
Okay, all right, okay.
Yeah, we had it earlier. We'll call this back to order. And go on to the next item. Would you read the item, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Item 17, proposed ballot measure on transaction and use tax increase to maintain essential local services for the November 5, 2024 general election.
All right. Ms. McAdoo.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse and members of the council. We are here this evening as part of a sort of two-step process. I'm going to turn it quickly over to the team who's been, obviously I'm new to this, but the team who's been working very diligently on this effort for about a year now. We are here this evening to get direction from the council to bring back potential proposed transaction and use tax or sales tax increase. This evening, there'll be a staff presentation on updated polling results, and then we would like to get that direction, and then at next week's council meeting would be the actual adoption of an ordinance and a resolution placing the measure on the November 2024 ballot. So today is an overview of updated polling results, the community engagement process we've engaged in, some background information, and we'll hopefully get some council direction to go forward and bring back that for actual placement on the ballot with the legal documents next week. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Assistant City Administrator Renee Irely, who will kick us off this evening.
Ms. Irely.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. And as you know, staff has been working diligently to hone our forecast on the city's financial outlook. And we've spent the last year confirming these numbers based on our structural budget gap. Our team, as Ms. McAdoo mentioned, has been working with the community to help them understand this issue and to hear from them about what are the essential services they care about. So today on our agenda, we'll be giving the general fund projections update, the results from our public opinion poll conducted by FM3, information from our public conversations, and then the proposed ballot language for the measure on November 5th. Our presentation team includes Mr. DiMartini, our finance director, Rob Karinke from Grassroots Lab, and we also have Adam Sonnensheen and John Fairbank from FM3 online to answer any questions around the public opinion survey. And so with that, I will kick the first part over to Mr. DiMartini.
Thank you, Ms. Irely. So good afternoon again, members of the City Council. I'd like to start with providing a quick overview of the general fund deficit. And really the purpose of this section of the presentation today is to really address the why. Why is a revenue measure being proposed? And the item that we just had at council, the item directly before this, was really deliberating on the budget that's being proposed for next fiscal year 2025, and some of the financial and budgetary challenges that we face as an organization, both in the general fund, in downtown parking, and many other operations across the city as well. This is a slide that I presented to council at the very beginning of our budget process, which shows the results of our multi-year general fund financial forecast that we do at the very beginning part of our budget process. And what it shows is our projected revenues growing in that dotted green line. However, our projected expenditures are also growing, and they're growing at a greater rate. And so we do have this structural budget deficit in the general fund, and the gap between revenues and expenditures only widens as the years go on. And this is notable due to some of the volatility with our taxes, some of the known salary increases, medical benefits, pension costs, inflation, insurance costs. It's just very expensive to run a full-service city, and so we are realizing the additional deficit impact from the implications of our revenues and expenditures. This table here summarizes the projected deficit for fiscal year 2025. That's approximately $7.1 million. And this, again, deficit is projected to grow as the years go on. We have tough budget decisions to make. We have made tough budget decisions as an organization over the past 5 years. The City Council has approved of implementing expenditure reductions for the past 5 budget cycles. Those include holding positions vacant. It includes impacts to longer city response times, the sort of a less ability to fund other types of programs and initiatives. One notable one is the Local Housing Trust Fund, which was one of the newest funds established, and we've had challenges identifying an ongoing continued revenue stream to be able to fund some of the programs that might come about from that fund. It might also include potential reduced hours of operations for certain facilities or programs. And there may be a need to consider additional revenue options in the future as well. And so this item before you today is one proposal, and there may be others that may be required as well to ensure that we achieve fiscal sustainability in the long term as an organization. So today before you is a potential revenue measure for discussion. And this revenue measure that is being presented is for your consideration for a 0.5 cent or a 0.5% sales tax increase ballot measure. And the items bulleted on this list is a list of some of the core, sort of the key essential city services that staff would consider for proposing to fund if this revenue measure were to be approved by the voters, essentially. And that would include maintaining 911 emergency medical, public safety functions of police and fire. It also could include funding for the recently established local housing trust fund that I noted earlier. It could be funding that could be used to address homelessness, keeping public areas safe and clean, maintaining libraries, parks and recreation programs, and then other services maintained by the general fund as well. So on this slide shows the proposed ballot measure itself. And this is a measure that was polled pretty extensively that Mr. Karinke will go into some detail about. And this is what it could look like if the City Council approves of this item moving forward to the November ballot. Again, addressing 911 emergency fire, keeping neighborhood fire stations open, housing affordability, and all the other services that could potentially be funded through the general fund, as I just mentioned on the prior slide. So staff has done quite a bit of work leading up to where we are today. And the work really began actually nearly 2 years ago when staff developed and created this Vision 2030 and Fiscal Sustainability Initiative. And we laid out the plan, the strategy of those initiatives in detailed extensively with the Finance Committee quite some time ago. And staff developed and established multiple working groups to really look at ways of improving our operations, ways of generating revenue, ways of implementing operational efficiencies, implementing technology, streamlining and enhancing some of our services that we provide to the community. It was a really comprehensive approach to implementing best practices in city government. And what I want to talk about today is one of those working groups that was established was called the Revenue Working Group, and I had the pleasure of chairing that group. And our charge was set out to develop a list of all of the ways that we could generate additional revenue as an organization. We really left no stone unturned. And then we evaluated those revenue options on a set of criteria, which I will review in just a moment. And then we reviewed them with the Finance Committee. And then we've done a bunch of public outreach about those possible revenue measures as well. And here we are today, now bringing it to City Council for your consideration. Before I jump into some of the revenue options that we considered as a group, I first want to make sure that council and the public are aware of this set of objective criteria that we used to analyze and evaluate all of those revenue options. We developed a list of approximately 70 ways of potentially generating revenue, and some of them are more challenging than others, and we use this set of criteria. How much annual revenue could we reasonably assume we could generate from that possible revenue source? What are some of the legal requirements to implement? Are those revenue sources restricted for a very specific purpose, or are they unrestricted like a general fund tax? What is the longevity of revenue? Is that revenue going to continue in perpetuity, or will it sort of stop once some action is met? Is that revenue volatile or not? As we know, in this tourist destination economy, some of our revenues are more volatile than others, so we took that into consideration. We also know that some revenue options require City Council approval, some of them require voter approval. And then there are staff resources, both time and money, in order to implement it and then also to administer it after implementation. And so we really took a comprehensive approach at evaluating all of the possible revenues that we wanted to evaluate. And then we took the results of that assessment and we plotted them on a graph. And those that rose up to the sort of upper right quadrant area are the ones that warranted further review and a more robust public dialogue. And those include sales tax, transient occupancy tax, the real property transfer tax, and then we also evaluated the vacant property tax as well as another option for consideration. And as you can see, the results of that assessment show that the sales tax proposal would generate really by far the most annual revenue compared to the other ones, and it scored pretty favorably on that weighted score of all the criteria. So let's go into each four tax measures in a little bit more detail. And again, this slide shows the results of that assessment for sales tax, and we'll show that for the next 3 as well. We evaluated all of those criteria, either not favorably or favorably, and then on that spectrum, that sort of continuum in between. Again, sales tax would generate the most revenue annually. It's a very small increase that spans the most number of transactions. So it's not isolated to a certain group of businesses. It's not isolated to property owners per se. It would also reach the cap here in Santa Barbara County, and it would actually be distributed by the state of California. The state administers sales tax, and so there's very little work for staff to administer a potential sales tax increase. It is noted, though, that because raising taxes is potentially contentious and is challenging from a public perspective, we noted that it might be challenging to get through city council approval and then also voter approval as well. Moving on to transient occupancy tax, we noted that if a tax rate were to increase by up to 2%, taking our rate here in Santa Barbara from 12% up to 14%, it could generate anywhere between $4 to $5 million annually. It is important to note that that is a more volatile revenue source compared to sales tax, because it is very heavily reliant on the tourism industry. It is also noteworthy that it is typical that TOT measures are typically a little bit easier for voters to approve because it is not seen as a tax on residents. It is seen as a tax on visitors. The city staff administer TOT, and so there is a little bit more of a burden on city staff to make sure that the new tax rate would be applied correctly, and so we wanted to note that as well. The next tax that we assessed in a little bit of detail is the real property transfer tax, and this is a tax that we have here. Given that we are a charter city, we are allowed to do that. It is a small, about 50 cents per 1,000 assessed value, and it's assessed when a property changes ownership. And so we don't generate a lot of money from this tax every year. If we raised it, we could generate anywhere between an additional $1 to $5 million annually. It is very volatile, though, and so it is reliant on properties changing ownership. And with the interest rate environment being as it is right now, so high, there are fewer properties changing ownership, there's fewer transactions, and so it's a little bit more volatile. It also is a little bit more challenging to implement. We would work collaboratively with the county to make sure that that was implemented correctly. And then the final tax that this group assessed was the vacancy tax. And this is a tax, depending on how it would be implemented, would be assessed on either commercial or residential properties if they are vacant. And this is a tax that is not very widely administered or has been implemented. It's only been successfully implemented in a handful of cities across California. It is very volatile. It could be. It also doesn't have the longevity of revenue as the other ones. It is a tax that is designed to change a particular type of behavior. It's a tax that is designed to sort of increase the occupancy rate for a commercial or a residential building that is currently vacant. And so when that building becomes occupied, the tax actually goes away. And so it's not, the main purpose is not to generate revenue, it's meant to do something different. It also is fairly extensive in the administrative requirements to get it approved, but also to administer it. The city would have to implement a program, have staff resources to be able to administer a program, to review information about property owners and the buildings, to determine the level of tax or if it would be applicable to the tax. And so I wanted to make sure that the city council was aware of this work that the Revenue Working Group did when evaluating not just the sales tax measure that is being proposed today, but also other tax measures that were being proposed and considered as well. And we won't stop there. There are other ways that staff can work to optimize revenue from our existing revenue sources. We have a very comprehensive audit program for all of our tax sources: sales tax, transient occupancy tax, cannabis tax. We have been very successful in collaboration with the city attorney's office, with the short-term rental enforcement program, which we have successfully realized revenue from back TOT from some of those short-term rental operations. And there are a variety of other measures that we would be happy to pursue in years to come. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Karinke, who will talk about the polling.
Thank you, Mr. DiMartini. So, as was mentioned, the city has been going through a robust outreach process surrounding this potential measure. That's included outreach to civic and community groups, as well as a series of town halls, and also some scientific research and public opinion research. And I want to walk through some of the findings of that, because the city conducted an initial survey about a year ago in May of 2023, and we now have a follow-on, a track to that survey to discuss how things may have evolved. Oh. I killed it. Okay. Yeah. Approximately 550 surveys were conducted. This was done at the end of April and early May, just about a month ago. It was a mixed mode poll. It means that it was conducted with a combination of telephone calls to landlines and cell phones, as well as an online version that was promoted through email invitations and text invitations. It was done in English and Spanish. And again, it's a scientific survey of likely voters in Santa Barbara. It's not just the first 550 folks that respond. It's an audience that's intended to emulate what the likely voter universe would be that reflects all of those demographics. And so we tested what we thought would be the near final 75-word ballot question to the public, and we read it to them on what we would characterize as the cold read. If someone walked into the voting booth and they saw this and read it, how would they react? And if you'll indulge me, the measure is referred to as the City of Santa Barbara Essential Local Services Measure. And the question to voters is, shall the measure maintaining 911 emergency, fire, paramedic, police response, keeping neighborhood fire stations open, improving housing affordability, addressing homelessness, keeping public areas and parks safe and clean, protecting local drinking water, stormwater protection, improving natural disaster preparedness, retaining local businesses and jobs, and for general government use by establishing a 1/2 cent sales tax, providing approximately $15.6 million annually until ended by voters, requiring audits, public spending disclosure, and all funds used locally be adopted. And what we see here is nearly 6 in 10 voters continue to support this sales tax, but the numbers are down marginally on where they were 1 year ago. And this is not unique, I think, to the city of Santa Barbara. It's a different environment than we were in a year ago. Issues that are taking place at the state and federally and just in the broader economy are having impacts on that. But what we are seeing is on this cold read, again, entering the voting booth, approximately 59% of voters would be likely to favor a measure posed to them in that way. You can see that the favorability of this measure extends across all council districts in the city at roughly similar levels. It also extends across income demographics, with lower income households favoring it at a slightly higher range than our higher income. But again, fundamentally very little differences between different income levels and different geographies throughout the city. We can see that white voters favor it at a higher rate than do Latino voters, but again, across all ethnic demographics in the city, we are seeing favorable response to the proposal. Renters favor it at a higher rate than do homeowners, but again, both cohorts favoring it well above the 50% threshold for passage. And there are a number of issues, as with any measure, that resonate stronger with voters than others. I won't take the time to read every single one of these in detail, but broadly speaking, infrastructure, streets and infrastructure tested at the highest range, the dark blue being people that are much more inclined to favor a measure versus the lighter blue of somewhat more inclined, can help us measure intensity. I'll note that the notion that nearly half of sales tax dollars collected in Santa Barbara come from tourists and visitors was also something that was very resonant with voters, as are accountability measures. And I think this ties again strongly to the kind of environment we're in. Having a measure with a great degree of accountability is important to voters. We then see issues such as homelessness, programs for youth, affordable housing, and I'll call this one out in particular because while it does not test as higher in aggregate as some of these other measures, it has some of the strongest intensity of feeling that we saw with voters. That 36% dark blue is higher than we saw in some of these other items that maybe on aggregate test stronger, but the housing issue has very strong resonance as well. We also see libraries and emergency response times testing strongly. So we coupled this survey research with actual outreach to the community. The city has hosted a series of nearly 24 outreach and budget presentations stretching back to last October. These meetings, they provided an overview of what the city does, what are the services and infrastructure that the city provides to local residents, and then what is the budget that supports those services, and what is the outlook? What are the fiscal constraints that the city is under, and what is the outlook ahead? And we discussed with voters the potential for this revenue enhancement via the sales tax. And community members were able to provide various kinds of input. You can see a listing here of the meetings that we held. They included town halls in every council district, as well as a broad range of presentations to various kinds of civic and community and nonprofit groups throughout the city, business groups as well. We distributed a citywide mailer in Spanish and English, highlighting some of these same issues. And we also recorded videos with a number of our city department heads talking through the services that their department provides, some of the challenges that they face. In the community forums, residents were allowed to participate in a survey that was also promoted via the mailer and on the city's website, where they were allowed to give us some feedback on what their priorities were. We gave them a list of about 10 to a dozen various priorities, from public safety to housing, the environment, and so on. And in the forums, they were given 4 dots for the 10 or so measures, and online they were allowed to ascribe high, medium, and low priority to those. And so what are those priorities that do matter? Some of the things that we heard organically from residents when we were speaking to them in these civic presentations, things like public safety, what is being done to recruit more officers and increase patrols, also a lot of quality of life kinds of issues, speeding and property crime. Homelessness and housing came up very frequently, issues surrounding State Street. Some residents did ask what the city has considered in terms of new revenues to support services, as well as express thoughts surrounding what the impact of these levies would be around local businesses, issues around pensions, and is the city charging enough for impact fees? These are things that we heard numerous times. In terms of the survey, we gathered nearly 1,100 responses to the community survey, which has been open again since last October. This was, again, promoted through multiple channels. There were paper versions available at the library and other stations, and also distributed electronically. And the responses to that survey, again, residents were allowed to ascribe high, medium, and low priority to these various issues. The top issues were maintaining 911 emergency response services, keeping our public areas safe and clean, followed by protecting local drinking water, preventing thefts and property crime. I think you could see that at least 2 of the top 4, if not 3 of the top 4, really do center around safety-related issues. That's followed by homelessness and housing affordability, some economic issues, retaining and attracting local businesses and jobs, protecting neighborhoods from hillside fires, library services, and programs for seniors and youth. This is a word cloud of what we got from the open-ended responses. You could see housing rose in that, and there were, again, nearly 1,000 responses to this survey. In the community town halls with our dot game, we saw in that context, housing affordability with the strongest reaction from attendees at those town halls, followed by keeping public areas safe and clean, homelessness, and then the safety issues, 911 response times, property crimes, and on down the line. So that brings us back to our proposed ballot measure. I think I'm going to hand it back to Mr. DiMartini.
Okay, so kind of wrapping up the presentation today with the extensive amount of community outreach and public feedback that we received on this and the work done by the Revenue Working Group. Before you today is a proposed ballot measure, and again, this slide was listed at the beginning of the presentation, and it could be used to fund all of the services that are listed on here. It would be a general purpose transaction and use tax, and so it would go to fund the continued funding for essential city services such as those provided by the police department, fire department, libraries, parks and recreation. It also could be potentially used for the local housing trust fund, keeping public areas safe, and so on and so forth. It's important to understand what is the sales tax rate in comparative cities in the greater region of Santa Barbara County and beyond. Right now, our rate at 8.75% is exactly the same as many other cities in the region. Carpinteria's rate is actually the highest in Santa Barbara County because their rate was just recently approved in a recent election. But it is also important to understand how the city of Santa Barbara might compare ourselves to other cities, not just in our region, but other cities that are similar in size, population, maybe a tourist destination like Pasadena or Santa Monica or Monterey. And it is clear when comparing Santa Barbara to those municipalities, our rate of 8.75% is actually lower than Santa Monica and Pasadena at 10.25%, and then also Monterey at 9.25%. There are some additional key facts about a potential sales tax rate increase. If the voters approved of a 0.5% increase for our sales tax rate, we would achieve the cap. It would be we would reach the limit per state law at 9.25%, which is the cap here in Santa Barbara. It's also important to note that currently the city only keeps a rather small fraction of all of the sales tax dollars that are generated for transactions that are purchases here in Santa Barbara. I have a couple slides coming up that really show and illustrate that. It's also really important to note that nearly half of all the sales tax dollars that are generated do come from tourists. It's not just a tax that is borne on the residents of our community. The visitors that come here actually do contribute a pretty significant amount for sales tax dollars being generated. This slide here is an example sales tax, example receipt of sales tax that you might pay if you purchase an article of clothing downtown for $75. You're going to pay $6.56 in sales tax. The vast majority of those sales tax dollars, about 69% of it, go to the state of California. Sales tax is one of the largest revenue sources for the state of California. The county and other special districts receive a pretty small percent of that as well. The city is left with really only keeping about 22% of every sales tax dollar that is generated here in Santa Barbara. This example is also shown on a dollar bill, where the vast majority of that dollar bill goes to the state of California, 6% of the current 8.75%. The county has a 0.75% rate on it as well, and the city keeps 2% currently. Our 2% right now is our 1% sort of standard Bradley Burns sales tax that every city across California pretty much receives. And then it also includes the additional 1% for our Measure C district sales tax rate that the voters approved back in 2017. And so that is included in our section of this dollar bill. If our voters approved of a 0.5-cent sales tax increase, this is what that dollar bill would look like. And it does show that the proportional share on that red section does increase. Because it is a district sales tax, that is what is being proposed, 100% of those dollars stay here in the city of Santa Barbara. That is what is true with our Measure C district sales tax as well. 100% of every dollar for Measure C stays here in the city of Santa Barbara also. It is also important to note that there are a number of exemptions for a sales tax that is administered across the state. Most groceries, prescriptions, other medical supplies, utilities, and there are a variety of other purchases that are made that are exempt from a sales tax applying. This slide shows an example of what the amount of the actual dollar or cent increase would be for a typical purchase that someone might make. For a t-shirt that costs $20, the actual amount of the sales tax increases is 10 cents for that purchase under the new sales tax rate. Again, leaving council our presentation today, this is the ballot measure that is being proposed to you right now. And we are looking towards next week, after your direction is received today, there will be a draft ordinance and a draft resolution being presented to you, which gives the council the authority to levy a 0.5-cent transactions and use tax. And that ordinance also has a clause in it which would require an annual audit. And so our independent CPA firm would audit this revenue source, just like our Measure C revenue source and other revenues, and that would be included in that audit process. The resolution that would be before you would actually place that measure on the ballot, and it would direct the city attorney to prepare the required impartial analysis. So again, the recommendation for council is here on this slide, and that concludes our presentation. We'd be happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. DeMartini. Before we get into questions, I want to announce that we will accept speaker slips on this and online hand raised until 5:25. All right, thank you. And with that, Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, and thank you for the presentation. I have some questions. First, we talk a lot about comparing to Measure C. So my first question is about the ballot language for Measure C versus the ballot language for this. And I have the Measure C language in front of me, but it was bullet points. And it was very sort of simply laid out and it says to maintain essential services and repair critical infrastructure, including, and then it has bullet points. And then just very simply, shall we have the 1 cent? And then it'll have oversight. And so just my first question is, pros and cons of having sort of the pros written out versus bullet points.
I'm actually not familiar with ballot measures that have used the bullet point layout. And so this is typical of what I've seen in other municipalities, is the paragraph format.
Okay. Okay, I'll say for comments, I find the bullet points like really effective. But along those lines, with Measure C, this council has really interpreted those bullet points in order, and I'll translate to be the pros, this in order, as being the order of priorities. And so like going back to Measure C language, it's very clearly in there to address homelessness, retain local businesses, support other general services, parks, youth, senior services. But we have not interpreted it that way. We've interpreted it for the police station because that's how it was sort of presented to voters. So my question on this is, where is it, at what stage do we set the priorities? Like Measure C is so clearly priorities set, and any use differently is there's outcry. So where in this one will we set the priorities?
So Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Sneddon, I think there's a couple different options that the council could look at. One could be sort of next week. There could be a separate resolution. Obviously this is a general tax, so you don't want to say it's only to fund these services, then that raises the voter approval threshold. So there could be a second resolution that the council could adopt that says, here's our priorities. We could also bring that back, if the measure passes, and say this is how the council intends to allocate the funds. So there's a couple different options. I think obviously this language is broad enough that it gives the council a lot of latitude, and I think you've heard the priorities from the community in terms of the community outreach. So I think probably if the measure passes, coming back, having the council adopt a resolution that says these are our priorities for how we spend those dollars.
Do you think, if you have a perspective on that, if that would make a difference?
I've seen cities do it both ways. I think it does help. It sort of it's something the council can point to. It says we've adopted this resolution. This is what our priorities are. Obviously, those can change over time depending on the needs of the community, but it gives the council something to point to when they're out talking to residents.
Thank you. I think that's going to be really important to set the priorities for the public. And then I'm just interested in, on all of the slide 39, like housing was the word that came up the biggest, and on slide 40, housing affordability was the biggest one, and then safe and clean, and then homelessness, which is sort of in that same realm. So I'm interested in the choice and the ballot language to put 911 first, or to not have housing be just sort of at the top of the ballot language.
There was a difference between what we saw in the scientific survey of the community and what we saw in the community presentations. All of those issues test high, right? I think that the items within the ballot question are exemplary. They're examples of what the items can be spent on, and the ordering is subject to feedback.
Okay, I guess we can come back on that in discussion, because I think we tend to interpret the order of those words as being our priorities, and that's sort of how we've interpreted Measure C, which is all I have to work with in memory. So I think I can say that for comments, but I think housing should be like at the top of that ballot language. And I think those were my main. Another question. So I've heard it described in the community that there are exceptions. It won't apply to groceries or medications. Where are those exceptions listed, or where would someone find out, or does it need to be explicitly named?
Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, Dan Hinchke, Assistant City Attorney. The exemptions are all laid out in state law, and that's just the same as it is under Prop C. And so where would you find them is you find them in the state statute, in the Revenue and Taxation Code, and in the regulations that have been adopted to implement the Revenue and Taxation Code. You asked whether they should be included in the ordinance. My recommendation is no. And the reason that I say that is that the ordinance that would be adopted, or that is proposed to be adopted next week, or introduced next week, excuse me, expressly, just like Prop C, incorporates state law. And so we already have an existing tax that incorporates all of the state exemptions. I don't think and I would certainly not recommend having another ordinance that's a sales tax ordinance that has different exemptions. It becomes almost impossible to administer. And so all of the exemptions that exist, and there was a letter that was submitted by the Housing Authority that had a list of exemptions. If you want, I can go down and explain where each one of those, what the exemption is, or whether it is not exempt. And there are certain things that we're not. But I could do that later if you'd like.
I guess maybe confirmation of which of those would be exempt, or a link to where we could see them, or if you want to just give us sort of a brief overview of what some exemptions are.
Let me just go down.
Thank you.
Groceries are exempt under Revenue and Taxation Code, Section 6359.
You don't need to read this section.
Prescription medicines are exempt under Revenue Taxation Code 6369 and 6369.1. Utilities are exempt under Revenue and Taxation Code 6353. Housing-related expenses, the examples that were here were garbage collection and maintenance fees. Those are not tangible personal property. Only tangible personal property is subject to taxation, which generally means services are not. Public transportation was listed on the attachment. This is exempt because it's a service and it doesn't fall within the definition of tangible personal property. Basic clothing is not exempt, as the slide that Mr. DiMartini showed exemplified. The issue there was, how would you define basic personal clothing? And again, I would go back to the point that I made earlier, and that is, we would have one tax ordinance, which is Prop C, which doesn't have an exemption, another that possibly does, and how would you administer it, and what the definitions are. That's something that cannot be done in a short manner. Child care and educational services, again, those were services as described. Those are not tangible personal property, not subject to taxation because they're not property, they're services. Healthcare services and equipment, again, healthcare services, not tangible personal property, but there's a whole bunch of exemptions for medical equipment and supplies, including wheelchairs, walkers, other kinds of things like that when they're prescribed by a doctor. I'll just give you some examples. Revenue Taxation Code 6369.2, 6369.4, 6369.5, and 34001. Why is that out of sequence? That relates to medical marijuana. That's diapers and feminine hygiene products are exempt under Revenue and Taxation Code 6363.9 and 6363.10. Essential household items, those are subject to taxation. And again, if you were to do any kind of exemption, how would you define what it is you're talking about? Senior and disability services, the services are exempt for the reason I explained earlier. They're not personal property. As to goods, the exemptions that I read earlier for such things as walkers, wheelchairs, oxygen equipment, things like that, those are already covered. School supplies, those are not exempt, and I can tell you that there was a bill proposed for this legislative session for a tax holiday on school supplies. That exemption, the tax holiday would have exempted sales on school supplies as defined in the proposed legislation for 2 days, kind of right before school started, and that failed to make it out of committee. So it died in the legislative process.
Thank you so much for that detail. Those are my questions.
Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to ask the same questions I asked when I first saw this presentation. So I asked how many total people did we serve? And you gave me an exact number of how many we served in the community?
Do you mean how many we surveyed?
Yeah.
Yes, so the scientific survey was it was a sampling of voters. It was approximately 550. And then there was approximately 1,100 responses to the priorities survey.
So out of those 550, 12% were in District 1 and 12% District 3. District 1 and District 3 being the districts that have a high population of working class and Latinos and immigrants. So 12% of the 550 is how many?
You're the math guy. I'm embarrassed to say I can't do it in my head. Approximately 70, I believe.
So 66 people in District 3 and District 1 were surveyed.
Correct.
And then my other question, Mr. DiMartini, if the county decides to provide a tax, can you explain what you explained in the Finance Committee about the state or the county proposing a tax, a sales tax bond, and we would be missing out? Can you just, yeah.
Yes, Councilmember Gutierrez, I'd be happy to. And so, as I mentioned earlier, there's a state limit on how high sales tax rate can go in every county in California. And the cap in Santa Barbara County is 9.25%. And so there is a half-cent room that we could consider a tax rate. But that does not, other taxing entities in the county, such as the county of Santa Barbara, can also consider a sales tax increase. And if they were to get a sales tax increase of a half cent before the city gets a sales tax rate, then we would not be able to do so. And so if this sales tax rate were to be approved, and then that ensures that 100% of that additional 50-cent growth stays here locally in the city of Santa Barbara.
Thank you for that information. My other question is, how much is the city going to pay to put, if, let's say, we say yes on staff recommendation, how much is the city going to spend to put this on the ballot?
Do you know the answer to that? Councilmember Gutierrez, there is an administrative cost that is in the city clerk's operating budget for fiscal year 2025. I don't have the exact dollar amount off the top of my head, but I believe it's about $100,000 approximately. That is included with the other general election costs for councilmember seats that are up as well.
And it's already included in the city clerk's budget.
Councilmember Gutierrez, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I will save my comments about the substance till later, but I do have some questions, assuming this goes forward, about the possibility of its passage. And one thing that wasn't really highlighted in the presentation is the margin of error on these numbers, which is 4.4%. I think that's right. I didn't have it up, but that's relatively high given what we're seeing, it concerns me about the likelihood of the passage. And my question is, the county of Santa Barbara considered a sales tax increase, and in reviewing their polling decided not to move forward with it, I presume because they didn't feel that it had a sufficiently high chance of passage. I'm wondering if you all could speak to what is different about our data, given this margin of error, that we are so much more confident that the county is that this will pass. And the second part of that, is have we considered whether we might be better off pursuing some other tax? My concern is, at the end of the day, if this doesn't pass, we'll end up with nothing. And that is a place that I think all of us are quite frightened of. So can you speak to sort of that political dynamic here? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, the sales tax that the county was proposing was a special tax for the library. So that required the 2/3 threshold, and it was countywide. And so when they did their polling across the county, they were hitting, even in South County, like around 50%. So there was clearly a large margin. FM3 also did their polling for them, and so there was the recommendation for them not to go forward. With our polling that we've done, even with the swings like up and down and that margin of error, we're still seeing enough of that like positive response to it, particularly if there is a positive campaign around the sales tax for its passage. And so based on all of that information and sort of like their experience in running these polling measures in other jurisdictions, that they still felt that we still had strong footing to stand on to move forward with this sales tax. Regarding the other measures, I mean, it is certainly like part of the evaluation that we went through over this past year about what to put forward first. And most of that analysis landed on going with something other than the sales tax didn't get us close enough to really closing that long-term structural deficit. And so while there's merit for some of the other measures, I think particularly like the property transfer and even like the TOT, that those might be better considered like in the future.
And Councilmember Harmon, I might just, and Mayor Rouse, just suggest, we're very late in the game. There's a deadline, as I understand, by the end of June to get this to the county, who has to actually put it on their agenda to take action to put it on the ballot. So, given the discussions that have been held in the community and with the council, I think at this point, switching to a different tax measure would feel, I think, a little disingenuous, especially if it was a TOT and we haven't had an opportunity to do any conversation with our, hotel community, that's the measure that the city is considering. And so I understand the concern, and I think, that is obviously concern about what happens if it doesn't pass. And so, given these numbers, I've just given my experience in other communities, it feels pretty solid. I mean, obviously there's work that will have to happen, and, that's obviously something we can't talk about here. There's, that's part of the campaign process that the city would not be involved in. But I think, and given some of the experiences from our polling firm, it is on the margin, but still passable.
Thank you. That's extremely helpful. And one very brief follow-up, and the answer may be that we can't have this discussion here, but has there been, is there a plan for the campaign? It seems clear that a campaign, I know the city can't do it, but it seems clear that that's critical to passage. Is there?
Yeah, that we obviously can't discuss that
So we
here
can't-
in the
okay.
council chambers. Obviously, each of you individually can have that discussion with your respective stakeholders after it gets put on the ballot. I think obviously there are probably some community stakeholders that would be interested in participating in that, but city staff, obviously, and we can't use this forum to talk about that.
Thank you.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions. First to follow up on the questions about the exemptions. Is that something, we have our website, the Essential SB website. Could we put a list of the exemptions on there? I think that would be easier than asking Mr. Henschke to read the different codes every time. So, but yeah, it would just be
Honorable Mayor
helpful.
and Eric Freeman, yes, Councilmember Freeman, yes, we can add that.
If you could really quickly, Mr. DiMartini, pull up slide 5. So you noted these, but some of what we get is, controlling costs rather than a tax. Why aren't we controlling our costs? And you list these here, but one that we talk about quite frequently that's out of our control is insurance costs. Could you speak to insurance just in general the last few years, and if you could specifically talk to what's taking place down on Stearns Wharf?
Councilmember Freeman, I'd be happy to. So the insurance market, the insurance industry is a global industry. And so phenomenon that might occur, like a climate disaster such as a wildfire or a storm or some other event, even if it's not in our region of California, impacts our ability to procure cost-effective insurance for our facilities. We have hundreds of facilities that are old and aging, and it is really in the city's, in the public's best interest to make sure that those assets are adequately insured. There are incidents that may occur. They may be damaged during a storm, which many of them were damaged in the January 2023 storms and recent storms in early 2024. Our property insurance, as an example, has grown by more than 20% annually over the last couple of years. That's an annual growth. none of our taxes grow anywhere near that annual growth rate. And so the industry in general has been hit really hard with inflation. We also have a number of general liability claims that we are required to pay out. Jury verdicts tend to be a little bit higher compared to prior year jury verdict claims. We also have a number of workers' compensation claims. And so it's really important that we manage our insurance portfolio. And we do that through our participation in a joint powers authority, where we are able to achieve a level of economies of scale to get advantageous pricing for our annual premiums that we are required to pay for all of our insurance programs. Stearns Wharf is an interesting asset that we have. It's a very challenging asset to insure. It is a old wood structure over water, and it has had prior fire damage. And so it is really challenging to adequately insure it. The deductible that was on Stearns Wharf, and actually all of the wooden structures, including some of the harbor structures over water, was around $250,000 for an individual incident. It is now going up to $1 million per incident, and then it will be going up even further in the next couple of years. The last year's quote was about $3 million for an incident. That is being pushed off by a year. We were able to get a little bit better pricing in this next round of renewals, but that is an asset where we will have a challenge adequately ensuring if there is ever to be an incident on that facility.
And just a real quick on that, because that is an enterprise fund, and this is talking about general fund, but with deductibles going up to $3 million potentially, so the enterprise funds might not have that ability to absorb that. So then there could potentially be pressure on the general fund to backfill any deductibles on it. So this would actually be an insurance on the insurance as well.
Councilmember Freeman, that is correct. If the Waterfront Enterprise Fund does not have adequate reserves, their disaster reserves, to pay for a deductible or another incident, like they've had to invest in the revetment to shore up their shoreline from the January 2023 storms, as an example, then they would look towards the self-insurance fund and the general fund to be able to pay for what is required to repair and make sure that the facilities down at the waterfront are safe for the public.
Thank you. And then just a couple more quick questions. The other tax measures that are on there, such as transit tax, a vacancy tax, those are taxes. So each one of those would have to come before us in the same process we're going through here today, get 5/7 to put it on the ballot, and then they would have to go to the voters to vote on that. And then that's correct, right?
Councilmember Freeman, that is correct.
And then along with that, each one of those there'd be a constituent that would be supportive of it, but depending on that, it could be really up in the air depending on the opposition that comes out on each of those, such as trying to raise perhaps the tax we were talking about, the property transfer tax. You might have an organized opposition, so you could go through all that work and it might not go through as well, and that could potentially wind up with nothing as well.
Councilmember Freeman, that is correct.
And then my last question, just getting into the prioritization of the wording, which is important, and I appreciate Councilmember Sneddon for bringing up the priority and how Measure C was treated in terms of our spending priorities. But this is, in terms of just your experience in other areas, how does public safety, because that's what we have first, poll in terms of the entire community versus others? And the reason I'm asking that is housing is a priority here, but there are a lot of people in the community that are also seeing growth and development impacting their neighborhoods as well. And so in terms of just what would more universally, in your experience, be supported by the community, what rises to the top?
This one. I was going to say, within our survey, the scientific survey, that component, and we have the pollsters on, public safety did rise at or near the top, and that is generally consistent with what we find in communities. It was also the item that I would say probably came up the most organically from the community when we were in public forums. And in the additional survey we did with 1,100 responses, emergency response times were number one. And I would say, aside from the safety component of public safety, the quality of life component, people talking about speeding and patrols, safe areas. These are the kinds of things that we heard pretty consistently, and it's, again, not uncommon to hear. I think that you're correct in calling out that there is a lot of intensity of opinion, particularly around the housing issue and affordability issues in the community. That did come up as well, but perhaps not as broadly as the safety issue.
All right, thank you.
All right, very good. If there are no further questions, we'll move on to public speaking. First one is Rob Fredericks, 3 minutes to the dais, please.
Good evening, Mayor Rouse and council members. Must say that I'm parched and famished after waiting to get to this point here, but would wait another 5 hours because I care about this community, as does our board chair of the Housing Authority, Pat Wheatley, who's here with me. Going through this process with my friends at the city, it's clear that we're at a tipping point for Santa Barbara with the need for meeting the community's needs as a full-service city. And it's clear to me, it's always been clear to me that we don't provide enough affordable housing in the community. And I really appreciate the city looking at this ballot measure to include affordable housing if you move forward with putting this on the ballot. It is so important, with the decline of state and federal funding sources for housing, with the removal of the redevelopment agency years ago. We've had a difficult time producing enough housing for low and moderate income households. Our workforce here needs it. Our organization cannot attract and retain enough employees to do the work that is needed. I'm sure it's the same with the city and private organizations, and it's essentially because that high cost of housing. And you saw through our community outreach, that was the top level that you see of concern is affordable housing, and that's why it's a big hurt on every single household in our community. So yes, while it is regressive in nature, a sales tax, it's not as regressive as increasing rents on households. So would love to see this move forward. At least give the voters a chance to vote on it. Put it on the ballot. Let them decide. I would also love to see an oversight committee like was done for Measure C on this, if possible. Other than that, I just want to thank the city. I want to thank Mr. Henschke also for going over our list of possible exclusions. I didn't know that some of those were already excluded, and really there's only 1 or 2 items that aren't included as exclusions from sales tax that I had on my letters list. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Diane Black?
Mayor Rouse and City Council members, my name's Diane Black, and I'm speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters, and we really appreciate the opportunity to speak to the council tonight. The League has a long-standing position supporting measures to provide a flexible, economical, and equitable fiscal structure to finance the necessary services for South Coast cities and the County of Santa Barbara. And it's based upon this principle that leads us to support placing the proposed sales tax increase on the ballot to let voters decide in order to provide adequate funding of city services. Our fear is if we don't have this measure, those that'll be hurt the most are the people who are most disadvantaged economically in our community. I find it hard to believe that we're going to significantly cut fire or police, but we will be looking at things like parks and affordable housing and library services and things that really do hurt the most economically disadvantaged people in our community. We also believe that the city can reduce the negative effects of the sales tax increase by ensuring that a significant portion of the increase be used for affordable housing for our lower to moderate income residents and for other social programs. The League urges the city to also explore other opportunities to raise revenue in addition to hopefully passing this sales tax increase, including an increase in transient occupancy tax, a mansion tax, and vacancy tax. Given the steady increase in costs of providing services, additional revenue sources are likely to be needed in the future. And thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Frank Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, Santa Barbara City Council. Frank Rodriguez here with the Central Coast Alliance United for a Sustainable Economy cause. We appreciate the highlighting that we need to address housing, really commend the Housing Authority and the League of Women Voters in reminding us that we don't have enough affordable housing, and the bringing in of more market rate housing has not solved the issue. We see apartments that continue to be flipped, where rents continue to increase, not only in the east side and west side of Santa Barbara, but in renter pockets throughout our region that affect every single district of the districts y'all represent. We totally understand that this is a regressive tax and really applaud in raising that as an issue. At the same time, we also do understand that we have time to be defensive and preparing for the losses we're going to see in a lot of our departments, but at the same time, we can be super proactive in filling and giving money to the local housing trust fund. That is, I think, one opportunity that we need to have a foundation of funds going into that, so that we can get future funds in order to really create the housing that's going to house our domestic workers, our service sector workers, people that make our tourist industry thrive here in Santa Barbara. To do that, we need to make sure we have that capital A affordable housing. So really appreciate the elevation of, yes, we totally agree it's a regressive tax, and we think there's something that could be done with putting forward this sales tax. So really appreciate y'all and letting me rant again. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Robinson?
Good evening, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name is Laura Robinson, and I'm the Executive Director of SEIU Local 620. Earlier today, I was down the street at the County Administrative Building giving a similar speech in favor of a 2% increase to the county's TOT tax, which I'm happy to report will be moving forward. I am here now to express my strong support for the proposed increase to the sales tax. Local 620 recognizes the budget realities of this city. Although we may disagree with the extent or even the existence of the deficit, either way, the additional revenue generated from this increase is crucial. It will directly support the ongoing operations and staffing necessary to meet the growing needs of our community. This means not only maintaining our beautiful parks and beaches, enhancing our public services, and securing affordable housing, but also providing adequate resources and support for our city staff. By investing in our staff, we can ensure they have the tools, training, and support needed to continue delivering high-quality services for our residents. By supporting this increase, we not only support our community's needs, but also empower our city staff, who are the backbone of public services. Their well-being and efficiency directly impacts the quality of services we provide, making this a vital step towards a prosperous future for the city of Santa Barbara. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to online speakers. Madam Clerk?
We have one hand raised, Linda Honickman. Linda Honickman, please go ahead.
Hello, City Council members. I'm Linda Honickman, speaking as an individual who is an affordable housing advocate for the South Coast. I would like to elevate the excellent points made in the letters submitted by the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara and the city's Housing Authority, which encourage you to put a potential sales tax increase on the November ballot. The city has had a challenging year that saw a reduction in revenues from sources such as the transient occupancy tax and increases in most costs related to running a city. I agree with the top three purposes of such a tax, which include affordable housing and homeless services. The Housing Authority has really stepped up its efforts to find buildings to retrofit, form new partnerships such as with the school district to produce affordable employee housing, and explore how to fund projects for the new missing middle, workers from low to moderate income households that typically do not qualify for subsidies. So now we need to make sure they have adequate seed money to make those plans a reality. With new funds from sales tax, the Community Development Department will be able to leverage funds from the state and other sources to get back to where we were before redevelopment agencies were dissolved. Thank you for providing community town halls to educate voters about the budget challenges and likely spending priorities. If you highlight affordable and homeless housing as a primary use of funds in the ballot description, you should get broad-based support from renters and homeowners to ensure a positive vote. As the League of Women Voters described, that outcome should lead to a flexible, economical, and equitable fiscal structure to finance the necessary services. I look forward to a time when local workers of all incomes and young families are able to stay here or move to the South Coast and thrive. Thank you.
All right, very good. Back to council. Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make a couple of comments. I went on at some length at the Finance Committee about my fundamental philosophical opposition to a sales tax measure of this kind. So I'm not going to do that again today. If anyone's interested, you can go watch that video, but it's not particularly compelling, I should say. Just a couple of things that I do want to draw out here, though, because my position fundamentally has not changed on the concept of a sales tax and its appropriateness for where we are today. First, we all clearly agree that a sales tax is regressive. Given that, personally, I don't believe that this should be explored until all other revenue-generating options have been extinguished. So for me, while I understand why we are taking the sales tax first, there are very good pragmatic reasons to do so, and I really appreciate the work that staff has done and folks in the community who support this have done to really try to draw those pragmatic reasons out for me. God bless you. I still fundamentally believe that with all of the increases that our residents are already seeing from the many myriad other cost of service increases that we've had to vote on, the cost of living here in Santa Barbara, it's very challenging, getting more challenging every day. To me, it seems incumbent on us to have explored in some combination those other measures first. That would have been my preference. Secondarily, I wanted to note, and it is kind of an interesting position for me because so many of the public speakers, particularly today, who spoke in favor of this measure are those who I am so generally aligned with, I would say almost 100% of the time. So it's a kind of an odd position for me to be in, a little bit on the other side. And I do appreciate the work that they're trying to do to draw out this connection between a sales tax increase and the impact of rising rents on our community. But to me, that's a little bit of a red herring. Yes, sales tax is regressive. Yes, of course, super high rents is also regressive. But the idea that by increasing this sales tax, we're going to have a generally realized impact on the high rents in the city of Santa Barbara is just simply not true. And or at least not directly and not, in my view, in a way that's sufficiently impactful such that the people who vote for this are going to feel that they've really gotten what was intended out of this measure. In particular, I say that because there's no guarantee that this money is going to go to housing. I understand, again, why we can't have it go to housing specifically, because then it wouldn't be a general tax. But if we're just saying we sort of hope that this is where it's going to go, and even if we do a resolution, but that can change, to me that's just so amorphous. And charging residents a half a cent more per purchase is really not going to lead, in my view, to any, or it won't necessarily lead to a production of affordable housing And to make that claim in such a direct way, to me, is kind of setting ourselves up for real disappointment from our residents about what this tax increase is going to do for them. So that's a major concern I have, that people are going to feel misled if we use that argument. I really support the idea of us coming back with a resolution before this goes out to the voters. I think that's critical if we can prioritize where we want to spend the money. Again, though, that doesn't lock us in. And so to the extent that support for this sales tax measure is predicated on it going to affordable housing, we need to understand that it's not locked in. And I just think it's important that we're clear about that, and I think our residents deserve that. With all that said, it is important to me that the residents of the city of Santa Barbara have the opportunity to vote for themselves on this measure. So while I do not support it, I think there are other options for us in this moment. I think it's really, really important that it goes to the ballot. And so I wanted to be clear today that despite my position, I will be voting to put it on the ballot. And I do hope it passes, because we do need the revenue. I wish we had gone about it a different way. So with all that said, I just wanted to put that out there to be clear about what I'll be doing next week, because I know I've been on the other side of this. And in closing, just to highlight that I would strongly support doing some kind of priority setting resolution. And to the extent that there's an openness to moving around the language of the measure, I would be interested in that. Just the questions alone up here today clearly indicated to me that there is not consensus that this money go primarily toward affordable housing. So to the extent we can have that conversation, I would be very happy to have it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I first want to say thank you for continuing to look at other revenue-generating options and showing that to us. And I know that that is sort of a parallel track of all of this happening at the same time. Just acknowledging that we need to tighten our budget and restructure, and that's underway. We have Vision 2030 coming in mid-cycle, and I'm just, that has to happen in parallel. So not having this be a replacement for that, acknowledging that. But in the past couple years, when we talk about cuts or changes, we're really getting down to where cuts are hurting our basic services that most disproportionately impact lower income members of our community. And I'm thinking about when we've had like standing room only, things that people have been really, really upset about are when we talk about cuts to the library, cuts to park programs, particularly that impact lower income families, and the cost of housing for first responders, teachers, public safety, grocery workers, our workforce, our own city employees. This workforce that supports the whole community. When I think about when people have really come in and had just full support or outrage about something that we were looking to take away, it was these services that impacted most of the community. I personally don't think it's a big seller to talk about insurance or insuring something that might burn up, especially when you have a vast number in this community who are being dropped from their insurance or their insurance is exorbitantly high. I don't see that there's community will to help the city pay our insurance bills. Like, I just don't think that's a winning point. And I've voiced that before, and you've been very patient with having me repeat that I just don't think that the community cares about our insurance costs. But they do care about affordable housing. They do care about our libraries. They do care about disaster preparedness and our park programs. I think now that some of those have been really jeopardized, I mean, look at the input we're getting about the stone pine trees, and was there enough money to be able to take care of them, or parks being accessible and open, or bathrooms being open, and like very basic services for the whole community. I was recently in Lake Erie in a small town named Lorraine, and their parks were beautiful, roses blooming, clean, had all kinds of things happening. And I thought, how does the small town of Lorraine have all of this revenue to be able to keep their parks so stellar? And I think our community's been asking that question too. We've had volunteers who haven't been able to prune at the Rose Garden because there wasn't enough funding to support the staff members, to support the volunteers to help that. So we're really like getting down to the bone. I will say both times that I've run for office, representing and knocking on doors of very many affluent, high-propensity voter members of our community, and both times their number one issue was affordable housing. And even if they were standing in a multi-million-dollar doorway, they were concerned about the workforce, the teachers, the nurses, the first responders, those people who would be responding to the 911 calls. They're worried about their children, their grandchildren, and I really believe that the heart and will is there in this community to care for housing as a top list billing on this ballot language. Also, I'm concerned of it being a complete repeat in the language of Measure C. So the two things that are not named in Measure C specifically are improving housing affordability and maintaining library services. So if we're just going to use the same things that poll well, that people care about public safety, obviously, I would really like to see the order of these words rearranged so that housing, that word that comes up so big and that we've been talking about for years, is at the top of that list. And then with a resolution also saying that it's our intention to prioritize funding to housing, not to insurance costs. I just don't think that that's a winner, and I think we need to make it really, really clear that it's basic services, clean, safe, accessible community. We really do have the heart in this community to care for housing as a basic human need. So I think that should be at the very top, and recognizing that workforce housing, that lack of it is impacting every industry within our city. And even to be sort of crude about it, I think when people have to wait in line longer at Janine's and they're wondering why, and it's like, well, because workers can't live here and you have to wait in line longer, people for various reasons really are seeing now that not having our community who serves our community living in our community affects public safety and affects our quality of life. So I just think housing, affordable housing, and maintaining library services should go at the top. The rest of these words on here, maybe aside from natural disaster preparedness, are sort of reiterations and strengthening commitment to the priorities set in Measure C. So I support them being in there, but I really think those two that aren't aforementioned should be right up at the top. And I think those are my main points. I mean, we have had people in council anytime these things are looking to be cut, and clearly the community cares, and I think they'll vote for it if those are at the top.
Ms. Gutierrez.
Mayor Rouse, because it's come up twice, I know that our polling firm is on FM3, and I think they wanted to speak to the order of the ballot language, just to, before council members continue on that, I just think it would be important to have them maybe address just that specific question, if that would be okay before would that be acceptable, Mayor Rouse?
Go right ahead.
Great. I don't know, is Adam available?
Mr. Kroenke, or is that Ms. Early?
Yeah, Mr. Sondershine.
This is Adam Sondershine with FM3. Hopefully everyone can hear me. I think the points being raised are excellent, and it is true to say that housing affordability and affordable housing are high priorities for Santa Barbara voters. So I don't think anyone would challenge that. I think that the listing of those services in the ballot question, including that, is essential. It's something that voters clearly think is something that's an issue they want the city to address. We did see in our survey results, and it sounds like Rob kind of corroborated some of that in his more sort of outreach surveys, that the items related to emergency response times maybe were more, just slightly more universal in terms of people telling us that they were important. And what we're trying to do to the best of our ability is to reflect back voter priorities in terms of the ballot measure, knowing that ultimately council, in your judgment, will be determining how funding will be used, as well as future councils. So that's just the thinking behind it. Obviously, the choice is yours as the folks who would be putting this measure on the ballot.
Thank you. Mr. Cronaghy.
A small point to that, you know, we've done this research work to try and gauge the prospective viability of the measure as presented, and you're at liberty to rearrange the words, but the findings of the survey reflect this as it's written here. Adjusting that could impact the outcome.
Right, isn't it also, don't we walk a fine line and we try to get too specific about ideas and percentages and amounts and whatnot, is right?
Yeah, and I don't think that's what's being discussed, but I'm merely saying that we've presented the voters with this as written. If we rearrange the order, then the numbers would likely change. They may change for the better, but we don't know that.
Got it. Thank you. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first, it's an interesting perspective here with Councilmember Harmon and myself. You know, generally as a penny pincher at home and here, I wouldn't be supportive of a sales tax. Most of the time, you can ask my family, I'm always the last one to agree to spend even a dime. But at the same time, I understand, you know, being on the finance committee the entire time I've been on council, going, you know, over 6.5 years. Looking at the numbers year after year, spending a lot of time with Mr. DiMartini and our previous two city administrators who were saying this is going to be the eventual realities. We're getting to the point where it's getting closer, and it's actually here now where our just expenditures our revenues can't keep up with our expenditures. So it's an interesting conundrum for me because I would prefer not to have a sales tax for different reasons than councilman. Well, same and different, but it is regressive, but also just I feel we should be able to what we have be able to use, but it's a lot of it's out of our control. And that's one of the reasons I appreciate Councilmember Sneddon's comments on the insurance. I wouldn't be in favor of putting that in here, but the reason I put it up there is because one of the top correspondence I get from the public is why aren't you just cutting your expenditures? And that is one where when we tell them that, or when I tell them that, it resonates with them why we don't have it within our control. And that's why I bring that one up. And the Stearns Wharf is an example. That is $3 million that we have no control over, that we have to look at. And then it allows us to get into all these other ones. And that's why I put it that way. I wouldn't campaign on something like, hey, raise your taxes so we can pay your insurance. That is a losing argument. And I'm on my HOA board, and it's not a winning argument there either. So obviously I'm supportive putting this on. I think it is up for the voters to decide on this. I think if the voters come back and say yes, we'll be in a much better place to really address these community priorities. And if they say no, then we will definitely, all 7 of us and our staff respect that, and we will go back and work on those other measures, work with our partners. But to preemptively not put it on when there's the possibility that could be a yes, then that would be the worst possible outcome. And if this does pass, then we have a lot more flexibility on those other potential measures for housing, maybe even some specific taxes that can go towards those down the lines. But that's another discussion down the line. So I also like the idea of putting sooner rather than later a resolution on the priorities so that the public can be assured of where we're thinking of. And then in terms of housing, it is a priority, but and public safety. And housing is a public safety issue, not just for the renters who are here, who are facing evictions or uncertainty because of the high rents, but it's also a public safety issue because many of our public safety and other responders don't live here. And to the extent more of them can live here, it improves our public safety. We've seen what happens when a lot of them live in Ventura and you can't get here for 3-4 weeks at a time. Or in North County, it's happened before as well. So to the extent that we can, that it's housing and public safety, it's not an either or, it's all there. And then the other thing is, I'm glad that parks and libraries are in this measure. They need to be. To the point that over the years, we have cut back significantly on those. There's no place left to cut, and if we don't find a way to increase the revenue, we will have to make some very serious cuts and reduction of services to both of those departments in particular, at a time when we really need to be looking at expanding some of them. It's come up over the budget and others, like, for example, in our Parks Department, how do we work to improve swim lessons for kids in our community? Because it's a safety issue, quality of life issue, educational opportunities. We should be providing more of those types of services. We can't do that now. And our budget is built without ever having that discussion of if it was in there or not. Literacy services for youth and adults are extremely important, and our library does that. And that's, if you can't read, your economic opportunities are severely limited. So those are the types of things that this measure would help to address overall. And then ultimately, the case will be made in the coming months, assuming this goes on the ballot. So for now, we need to ensure that it does go on the ballot. And then our community can have a lively and spirited and informative discussion up until the vote in November. There's a lot more to come on this, but those are just my opening remarks on this. And I'm going to be supportive next week of putting it on the ballot and supporting the staff recommendation today to bring it back. Thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like usual, I agree with everybody, which is always a problem. You know, it really resonates with me, the talk on words matter and where they are. And I've had plenty of arguments with this calm, easygoing guy next to me about the old Measure C, when the topic is not a police station and not a road, but one of the other 6 bullets on there. And I'm constantly berated that, well, no, it was only about the police station and the roads and not homelessness or whatever else was down there. So I kind of get the argument, and the comeback was always that, well, we needed the homelessness to help it get over the hump. So I agree that that dynamic exists out in this community. At the same time, I think, you know, I have just as much concern as I have awareness of that situation, that substituting what might be aspirational wording that's not research-based wording leads exactly to a problem that you can't predict. Whereas at least you think you're predicting where this is going to go now. So, you know, it's like put me up in the fence and knock me off one way or the other. But I think I err right now in caution on the statement as it reflects the research that's been done, and I can support that. If I'm sitting up here in 7 months, I'm committed to making sure that a component of the revenues from this support a viable, effective housing trust fund. There's no two ways about it. I think that is a key component on the list of those items. Some of those other ones will come and go, but the housing trust fund will be there as a component of the benefit of this tax act. As always, I appreciate Councilwoman Harmon's perspective on this. But to me, this is the only pathway. Everything else that was on that little sheet of weighted and dollar amounts, you know, don't get us where we want to go. You'd have to cobble together 4 or 5 of those just to try and get there. I don't even know if that's possible. I've been at a zillion meetings over 6 months on this one, and then you'd multiply that times 4 or 5 with all with their different story. And I think it just, if nothing else, fatigue would set in on the messaging. And this is one message, a group of programs that attempt to solve the bleeding. And then again, there were two people in the room, but to see Frank Rodriguez in the room and also to see Rob in the room, both of them representing, I think, who legitimately would be those that are impacted the most by this type of tax, but realize too that everything we do starts from one pot, and you got to make sure that what's at the top or the bottom of the pot is going to the right place, and we need the pot to be full. So I won't have a problem supporting this as is. I would prefer to support this as is, again, because of the fact that that this reflects the responses we've heard so far. And I haven't heard anybody else say it, but I will sit here and say that I have a commitment publicly to ensure that part of this is a key contributor to those three words: improving housing affordability, which, without naming it, means our local housing trust fund. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This has to be the second hardest decision that I've had to make in the last year. There is a lot going on in the world, in our state, especially in our city. And when I think of raising taxes, I think of the people that live in my district and in the entire city. I also think of the situations we're living in on a daily basis. Groceries went up, gas prices go up. We were raising the water bill, and our local teachers are almost going on strike. And I am the chair of finance. I see the numbers. I understand the numbers. And we talk about housing, and we promise that we're going to work on creating affordable housing and, providing more, any type of housing. But what are we actually doing to fix the city departments that help with that production of housing? I really support the resolution if, ultimate, the voters are going to vote yes or no, and I think the majority of council will vote to move it forward. But in order to create the housing we need in the city, that affordable, missing middle, the moderate, we really need to fix our department that facilitates those to create the housing. I think we have to do internally our homework, and it would be great in that resolution to have that accountability, that plan. But at this moment, the timing is just so, it doesn't feel good I can't support this. And I think it will probably pass from what I sense on council, and whatever the voters decide, I'll continue to support. But at this time, I can't.
All right, very good. Ms. Sneddon, you have something? Okay. I was going to make my wrap-up comments unless you guys have something else.
Are you going to need a motion after your wrap-up
Oh, let me do my
comments?
wrap-up
Yeah,
then
no,
first.
I'm after you. I'm not wanting to rush you.
Okay, so we're asked or tasked with making tough choices, and for me, this is a really, really tough choice. Anytime you talk about raising a tax goes against every ounce of my body, just like Mr. Friedman was saying. However, this is the correct choice. When we did Measure C, we went out, just like we did this time, we did a lot of outreach. I was on that outreach team. We went out then and talked about infrastructure. And we talked about failing infrastructure, particularly roads, and particularly the fact our police station was almost uninhabitable. And that's what the voters wanted. That's what they voted for. That's what they polled on a bar graph, amazingly far. We did not. I reject the idea that we put on homelessness as a teaser, because it was about whether or not we needed capital to improve a homeless facility. That's what that was about. It was all about capital. This one here is a general sales tax, but we have talked consistently about the Housing Trust Fund. It was a great thing that was created, our Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and it is certainly my intention, and I believe the people we talked to out there in the field, because I was out there with you guys, and we talked about that. And that's what I intend to follow up on. I think everybody else in this council feels the same way. We talk about a sales tax being regressive. Okay, that's a great little definition. However, if you look at our polling data, districts 1, 3, and 6 polled the highest in favor of the sales tax. The lowest income tier polled the highest. Why is that? Our higher propensity voters are probably in the other tiers. But they also realize that there are services that they're more likely to use than everybody else. Library services. There are going to be parks and rec services. Things that we know we're starting to slip on, and those are the first things that get cut. So I think everybody realizes that, and that's why we have to do this. And like I said, I don't like the idea of it either. Also, if you talk about the county, I mean, the county did look at a library tax, was a specific tax with a higher threshold. But they could go ahead and go forward, and if they did that, it would shut us out of this whole thing. We would get about 22% of that revenue as opposed to 100% of the revenue. In other words, we would not be looking for another source of revenue. So once again, this isn't a great answer, but it is the answer we need at this time. It's the right thing to do, and I hate doing it, but it is the right thing to do. And I also disagree that insurance is not an issue because, once again, going back to people who are homeowners and whatnot, everybody sees their insurance going nuts. People are losing their homeowners insurance everywhere. Everybody's seeing their car insurance double. People understand insurance. What people don't understand sometimes is the fact we charge each other's apartment for the same water rates we're charging them. So all those things are going up for all of us. And that's why this makes the most sense. And the fact that, as Mr. DiMartini pointed out, we get to have half of it paid for by visitors because that's the basis of our economy is hospitality. So I agree with my colleagues that a priority has got to be the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, among our other services, to try to sustain that. We can't say at what level, I know that, but that is a priority. And we stayed true to our priorities in Measure C. I think we'll stay true to our priorities here. It'll come out in the resolution when we craft it. I was part of the resolution for Measure C. I was part of the ballot language. So I know exactly what it says. I know what the intention was. I intend to have it be the same way this time. Thank you. Ms. Gutierrez, you have something else to say?
Yes, I do have something else to say. Going back to the polling, in my district, in District 3, they were the least, it was the smallest number. It was 66 out of everybody that got surveyed, sorry. And I do want to state on the record that I am very supportive of the Housing Trust Fund, and that's why I submitted a proposal that nobody has been able to back up, and it's actually an idea to bring in revenue to the city. I think we really need to show the community that we have a plan, and we have accountability. So I just wanted to make it very clear that I am very supportive of housing, but we need to be creative on how we're going to bring revenue into the city. I understand that we are in a deficit, but I just don't feel comfortable at this time. And I heard also staff that in the future, there are other possibilities of other type of taxes. Thank you.
Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I wanted to see if there was council will to just in the ballot language put improving housing affordability as the first item. If there would be will for that, I would make that motion. Or why don't I just make that motion and see if there's a second?
Mr. Cronick, you had something with the polling dynamic that you thought that the reason why this was worded this way, or was this worded this way and that's how we polled?
This was worded this way, and that's
how we polled.
It's both of your comments. In fact,
Yeah.
the research that we did preliminarily showed this ordering, so that's why we crafted the ballot question this way to then retest it later.
Yeah. I understand your point completely, and I agree with your priorities, but I'm a little nervous about playing with the math at this point in time. So,
I just think the ballot language, even if we set priorities and an ordinance and other things, when people say what they voted for, it's based on the ballot language. And I just think we're not capturing people who are looking at different issues other than the same, and it's even listed in the same priority list as Measure C. It's like the same language. So my preference would have been to have been able to weigh in on the ballot language that was going to be polled, and I think I did make it clear from the very beginning of this that I wouldn't support it if it didn't at least say housing in it. So I am happy it's there at all. But it seems to have been continually ignored as a community priority from the beginning. So that this went out and this was polled on when there was, I think, enough of us saying we wanted to know the numbers about housing. And I don't know the difference between the scientific poll and the other poll, but on these slides, it shows, slide 39, the big word that pops out is housing. Slide 40, housing is the first thing, then safe and clean, then homelessness. So there is polling that shows that those are community priorities when they're given the opportunity to just throw language out that is of importance to them. So,
Councilmember Snedden, if
yeah.
I could maybe just jump in. Obviously I haven't been here for most of these discussions, but I will note that the ballot measure and the scientific poll was on likely voters. The other was simply community members who opted into the conversation, is my understanding. So that is the difference between the two. So it doesn't mean that it's any less of a priority necessarily. It's just this data is likely voters that will vote in November, and that's why it is considered a little more scientific.
Thank you for that. And they were polled, in the scientific poll, they were polled on this specific language. Well, my preference would still be to put improving housing affordability first if there was council will for that.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to keep this short since everyone else has basically shared the same sentiment that I'm in about how difficult this decision is. I too have struggled with it, but coming back from a 10-day trip to another country and seeing the way that country operates and hearing them talk about our country, it just kind of made me realize it's things like this that make our country and our community so great to live in. And it's difficult, because we know how difficult it is to live here, but in a weird way, doing things like this makes it worthwhile. And so I too am going to hesitantly support the motion to support the tax. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Rob, just another down the whole rabbit hole thing with the caveat that I don't know anything I'm talking about. So I kind of get the talk on, as I did, I told you, sitting there looking at both sides, I say, right. Measure C was like a prologue sentence and an epilogue, please do this, and it had all the items that you have separated by semicolons in bullets. Is that a material change to do something like that doesn't sit well with you right back to this is the way it was scientifically polled and this is what the people responded to? And the reason I ask that is I'm just trying to look for some answer because even when I look at this, stuff starts getting swallowed up in a paragraph. And so does it materially change your opinion of it if after maintaining became a series of bullets and then the bullets stopped by establishing a half cents, blah, blah, blah? I mean, that then puts everything on a line where all you have to do is go down 2 lines and you see homelessness or housing affordability, and it's not lost in the 3rd sentence, or if I'm really looking for retaining local businesses and jobs, and I never got there because I already said no, but it's in a bullet and sitting out there.
I think, and I'd be interested if the attorney has any feedback on the formatting, right? Because there's a formatting kind of question here about the bullets versus the semicolons. I think one thing I would say is we worked very hard to maximize the 75 words available to us, and I think we've used every single one of them in this, to try and insert the most exemplary items that we felt like would resonate with voters because it's what they associate with city services, right? These are all merely examples of what the measure could be spent on because it is a general purpose measure. And so what we're trying to do is kind of meet the most voters where they are in terms of the things they're looking for from the city. With regards to the formatting, if bullets is an option, it doesn't kind of alter our ability to include all of these items, then I wouldn't necessarily have an issue with it. I would just reiterate also that we've tested this and the research demonstrates that you have a viable measure as written. And all I'm merely trying to state is if you alter it, then those results are not as valid.
You don't, and you do this all the time. In your experience, you don't do it in a paragraph form.
I've not done the bullets.
Change to bullets, or do it in a bullet form, then change to paragraph form later. You just, what you started with and pulled successfully, that's what you put out.
And this is the subject of some refined work over the last year to try and.
All right.
Dan, do you have any?
No, I'll say that, I mean, while I agree with your points and I agree on emphasizing priorities, I also am not an expert at this. He is, and this is what they do. So I'm a little nervous about wordsmithing and trying to create our own thing out of this. I think in my mind, I think I'd like to see us move to go forward with the language and do that. If somebody would, unless somebody has a comment, make another motion. Oh, there's Eric Freeman. What do you know?
I will go ahead and make the motion to move forward the staff recommendation, leaving the language proposed as is.
First by Freeman, second by Jordan. Any further discussion on the motion? Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. I just want to confirm that next week then will come back the priority list, and that's when.
Actually, as we were discussing amongst staff while you were all discussing up here, thank you, Councilmember Sneddon. If possible, we'd like maybe a little bit more time to bring that back to council so we can aim for maybe either the July 2nd meeting or shortly thereafter for that priorities resolution. I just think it's going to be a little tight for the team that is also working to try to get all the budget resolutions done for next week to try to also get that put together for you in a productive and structured way.
Thank you, but it will be at some point prior to
yes,
voting
in the next
day.
month.
And Ms. McAdoo, what's our drop dead date on that?
There's no, on that one, it is simply a council policy. That does not have anything to do with the ballot. Next week is the ballot language that needs to go to the county, but the priorities resolution is completely separate. That does not need to go to the
Very
county.
good.
It does not need approval.
Thank you.
Then I would like to just make the comment that I will support this as moved, but I want to make the statement, even though I think I've made the point, that I do think it's a mistake not to put improving housing affordability first, as I genuinely believe that is the priority of the community, and I do believe that we may lose some voters who don't understand that that is a priority. But I will be supporting it because there doesn't seem to be will to reorder the language.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I would also say I'm supportive, and I recognize the dueling perspectives on this amongst all of us, and I would hope that we're not going to let the enemy of something good be perfect in each of our own minds, that it's really, really important to move this forward and to move it forward in a manner that shows as broad a support as there could possibly be, regardless of each of our little perspectives on wordsmithing or who we'll talk to. The gist of that will be in the future, who's ever sitting up here and how we apply it, and the burdens on who's ever sitting up here to apply it based on what we said today or what we feel today that this really should say. But hopefully this is not a time to let just some little part of disquiet tell us that we're not going to support this now. Thank you,
I
Mr.
agree with
Mayor.
you. Thank you for saying that. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. With no further comment, and everybody understands the motion, let's go ahead and go to the tote board.
And this is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Jordan, to approve the staff recommendations with the language as proposed. Okay? Go ahead and vote, please.
Motion passes 6-1. Alejandro Gutierrez dissenting. Okay. Any council member engagements? I think we're engaging enough tonight. We will adjourn at 6:36. Thank you.